Okay. Also, the name of his song was Akadonkey. Okay. Where I'm from in the Low Country, 843, there's a couple of classic records called Akadonkey. One is from my guy, Lil Boss. Drop on the Clues Bombs for Lil Boss. The other is from my guy, Molly Mall. Drop on the Clues Bombs for Molly Mall. So salute to those brothers. And all of us are big on fatherhood in the 843.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Just don't go to Gravedigger Mountain. All right. Now, Mos Def, he was doing a podcast called The Cutting Room Floor, and they asked him if Drake is hip hop.
Like, is Drake hip hop?
Why are you doing this to me?
Drake is pop to me. In the sense, like, if I was in Target in Houston and I heard a Drake song, it feels like a lot of his music is compatible with shopping. Or it's shopping with an edge.
Fair. I like Drake's music, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
It's likable.
Likable music, yeah.
It's likable.
I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna move.
So many products.
So many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. They have everything here. Oh, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. What happens when this thing collapses? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Are we seeing like the collapse of the empire? Buying and selling. Where's the message that I can use?
And that was done by, I don't want to pronounce her name wrong, I'm definitely going to, Reko Omandi. She's the one that hosted The Cutting Room Floor.
Well, Mos Def is entitled to his opinion. Salute to my guy, Glasses Malone. He's the host of the No Ceilings podcast on the Black Effect iHeartRadio podcast network. He's the first person I heard speak of Drake in that way. He actually compared Drake to Walmart, though, instead of Target. But to answer the question, is Drake hip-hop? Yes,
Drake is hip-hop. Absolutely positive.
Drake is 100% hip-hop. But guess what? Drake is also a whole bunch of other things, too.
That's correct.
It's easy to say all of these rappers are pop for the most part because the word pop means is short for popular.
Correct.
So hip-hop has been pop music for a long time. But Drake is hip-hop. Drake is R&B, Drake is pop, Drake is Afrobeats,
yes.
Drake is whatever that patois he be doing when he be acting sounding like Safari.
I wouldn't say
Drake is whatever he wants to be when he wants to be it.
Now I wouldn't say Drake is,
but he is definitely hip hop,
Caribbean or reggae. But yes, Drake.
He can't be if he want to.
Drake is 1,000% hip hop.
He get on them records and start speaking the patois and all of that type of stuff, just like he done records the whatever that sound is from London. Like Drake does a lot of different things.
Oh, the drill.
I guess. I don't know.
Badman Toto, Badman Don.
Whatever. When he be sounding like Safari. Yeah.
That's Badman pull up, Badman foot. Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, but Drake is hip hop.
But he's also a bunch of other things too. Is. But he's definitely hip hop.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, Jonathan Major loses Dennis Rodman's biopic role. It was supposed to be called 48 Hours in Vegas, and they're saying that he lost a partner.
Yeah, I mean, he defined celebrity in so many ways, that guy. He was a personality, he was a super athlete, he was all these things. He was a headline, he was everything. Hopefully I get to sit with him and chat with him, when we get closer and, trying to get the script right, all these things, all these industry things. But I never really put a ceiling on myself, but this is definitely a role where I'm definitely going to make sure I'm pushing that ceiling out, because he demands that. He's such a full individual, so he's going to demand a lot.
As you see, Jonathan Majors was super excited about playing that role.
As wild as Dennis Rodman was, there's things Dennis Rodman did that whoever plays him is probably going to get canceled for just for playing him in the movie. Okay? Like, damn.
Well, they're saying Lionsgate is reportedly no longer involved in the project and released it back to the producers. I was actually excited to see that because I know Dennis Rodman was a wild boy.
I was excited to see it because I was going to see how they was going to make Jonathan Majors taller. Dennis Rodman damn near 6'9", 6'10". How you gonna play Dennis Rodman?
How tall is Jonathan Majors? Like 6'3"?
No, hell no.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not,
he's
man.
Taller than me.
No, he's not. He's like 6 foot, maybe.
Everybody's a giant to you, though. Let me see.
No,
Jonathan
they're not
Majors.
actually.
Yes, they are.
I've met Jonathan. Jonathan did a project for us called Broke Down Profits, which is available on Audible right now. You should go listen to it. Executive produced by myself and Kevin Hart, starring Jonathan Majors and Dasha Polanco and Brian Tyree Henry, written by S.A. Cosby. Yes, it's on Audible right now.
Jonathan Majors, hey. Okay.
He's
now,
6 foot flat, just like I told you.
Well,
why you don't like the? Why you ain't saying his height?
Because you're short.
But you Googled his height and didn't say it.
Because you was right.
Isn't that not ego? Boy, the beige ego is something else.
No, you already lost.
The beige ego is ridiculous.
No, you already lost today, so I wanted to keep you with that. And that is your rumor report. Who you giving a donkey
Christ.
to? Let's go.
I need my Dallas Cowboys to come to the front
That's
of the
what I'm
congregation.
talking
We would
about.
like to have a word with them. You should be quiet.
That's what I'm talking
See,
about.
this is your problem. You don't know how to be quiet.
I'm just saying.
People tell you to hush, and you keep
This
talking.
is what I'm talking about.
You see, and that's exactly what got you in trouble. That's why you're in trouble right now.
Dallas
Keep going.
Cowboys.
Keep going. Keep talking. Even when people tell you to hush, you keep going. You don't listen. Keep going.
Is Trav calling?
Yep. Keep going.
Is Trav
Yep.
calling?
See, he can't shut.
Yes! Where are you going now? Yeah.
Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to get comfortable. I'm sorry. Let me read that one more time. My what? I still can't see that, bro. Yeah. I guess I don't know too much about it. Okay, Japan. Wait, he's in Japan. Ah, that's the other guy. Yeah. Japan's unspoken. There's no unspoken rules. There is no unspoken. I'm curious what he has to say.
出張費や交際費の申請が増えてきている。総務の T さんに申請の不備を伝えたら嫌な顔をされた。営業の S さんに生産。
あ、すいません、行きます。あ、すいません、ありがとうございます。あ、はい、1階です。あ、ちなみに最近引っ越してきました。道元と言います。あ、どうも。お名前聞いてもいいですか？あ、伊藤です。伊藤さんですね。わかりました。今後ともよろしくお願いします。お願いします。 ちなみに英語を教えていますので、もし興味があれば結構です。わかりました。じゃあ、また何かがありましたら、10階にいますので。
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty normal. Nothing new. Sorry. Doesn't matter if you speak Japanese, you're not accepted. I accept it. It's fine. I don't care. Everyone has their own lives to think about. Who's the other one I want to see? And then we'll start playing. Sorry, guys. I just finished working out, so I'm tired. I just did 50 of every set, but I'm still tired. You know, I'm not as energetic as I used to be. Well, this one I didn't finish.
7 years and a few months.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan, living in Japan?
You know what? To be honest, I don't think there's anything, but I feel like if you're a black person specifically, right, you might not be prepared for some of the stares, right? Because you will garner a lot of attention, right, unintentionally, right? So you're walking down the street, you cannot be incognito, right? People will notice you at every turn that you make. So if you're a person that's not really, you don't like attention, you might want to reconsider living in Japan.
After 7 years, it still hasn't changed.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. There's a lot of microaggression or passive aggression I think that you might encounter being here. Some people have really, really negative experiences and some people have really, really positive experiences, right? I've been stopped by the police maybe, I think, 3 times here. Yeah, it's not a lot, right? Once I was skateboarding in Shibuya. I never knew, like, I shouldn't have been doing that on the sidewalk. So that was once.
So it's not because you're falling on that thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe because it was late at night, right? And then the second time I was riding to Mount Fuji from Tokyo. So I guess I look a little bit suspicious, right? So for me, overall, it hasn't been that bad. But the microaggression can get to you a little bit.
Thank you for your time. Where from?
Georgia in the U.S. Been in Japan on and off for a few years now. I went to school in Japan for a little bit, and I've been hopping back and forth.
Okay. So what's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan?
Oh my gosh, definitely walking shoes. Bring enough walking shoes. I know that you want to look cute and take really good Instagram pictures, but definitely bring better walking shoes. You walk a lot in Japan. I think people really underestimate how much you walk in Japan. You walk everywhere. One thing that's very common for Americans here in Japan is that they will consider at some point in their lives in Japan buying a car, but it's just really not as easy as in the US. Cars here are very expensive to have, and it is most of those expenses goes towards parking because there's absolutely no parking in Japan. It's really hard to find parking. If you notice on the street, there's just really no parking on the street. So
especially in Tokyo, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. Where you from?
I'm from Mexico. I came to Japan 8 years ago.
What's something you wish you knew before living in Japan?
Before I come to Japan, I wish I knew that the countryside is really, really cheap compared with Tokyo.
And you live in the countryside right now. You don't live in Tokyo now.
Yes, I was used to live in Tokyo and spend a lot of money living here. But when I moved to Yamanashi Prefecture, which is the prefecture next to Tokyo, I started spending just the half of the money that I spent in that time.
Roughly how much do you spend living in Japanese countryside?
I'm spending maybe about $1,000, I guess. That is the half the money, everything, including my taxes as well.
More than 50% cheaper than Tokyo.
Exactly. And if you have a very good salary, you can have a very, very good life. If you live in the countryside, you can enjoy a lot the 4 seasons of the year. You can enjoy the flowers in the spring. You can enjoy the snow in winter. And this is something that you cannot enjoy a lot here in Tokyo.
It doesn't snow in Tokyo, yeah.
Exactly. And if you live in the countryside, you can even smell the nature. You can even look at the sky and see the big blue above you, and this is something priceless for me.
Are you gonna come back to Tokyo to live here again? Or you don't think so?
Not to live, but to hang out. I think Tokyo is the best place. So to live in the countryside and to hang out in Tokyo, I think is the best combination.
And you come here quite often as well, right? Still?
Yeah, 4 times a month because all my friends are here. All the places that I want to go and to hang out is here. So I want to come very often.
It takes an hour or something?
It's like 1 hour and a half, but you have to spend like 8,000 yen.
御台所となられたからには二度とこの城から出られません。
側室の座を狙い牙を向いている。
生きる気力も失せるほどに可愛がって差し上げる。
銭を持つ者こそが天下を治める時代となるでしょう。
家治様にとっても最高の祝儀となる。私の大切なものなのです。たっぷりと可愛がり、ここを去っていただきます。私だけが信じてバカみたいだな。
大奥1月18日木曜夜10時スタート。
Thank you for your time. Where from?
I'm from Brazil.
Oh, he looks cool.
How long have you been in Japan?
For 5 years.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan?
I know how to speak Japanese now, but I wish I knew more Japanese. Know Japanese is more than only speak the language. Like, even if you don't speak Japanese, you can have a communication with Japanese people. Like, you can show about, like, your hands and, like, with your body or something like that, in your heart also. But it's really important to know Japanese because Japanese is not only one language. Japanese is three languages. The language that you speak with your friends is one. The language that you speak with normal people is one. And the language that you speak, like, in your work is totally different. Even Japanese, like, struggle with it. But if you don't know how to use these three languages, almost impossible to like get close with a Japanese person, you know. So know Japanese is more than only communicate in Japanese. Know Japanese is more about how to like understand the Japanese way of think and understand the Japanese culture. Yeah, that's it. I wish I knew more Japanese. Like for Japanese people, it's really important. Like you respect who is up and who is down. When you don't know Japanese, you know how to respect it, you know. If you are 1 year younger or older than someone, like the way that you guys gonna communicate is totally different. If you don't know how to speak Japanese, you're gonna use the normal way. But Japanese people gonna take distance from you because you don't know how to use the correct way of express yourself.
Where from?
I'm from America.
How long have you been in Japan?
About 5 years.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan?
Well, I guess in terms of dating, I think I wish I would have known a little bit more about the do's and don'ts. PDA, the public display of affection. Some men are really, really not able to show affection in public. I don't see a lot of people kissing in public, but I do see some people holding hands. It's not uncommon. A lot of Japanese parents don't show affection to each other around their children. It makes it so it's sort of taboo or feels kind of wrong to some people. So, like I said, if they've been westernized a little bit more, and by that I mean not just speaking English, but living abroad or dating a foreigner, that probably will help them to be more open to showing affection in public or showing affection in general. Japanese men are actually interested in dating foreign women, but sometimes they can feel a bit maybe intimidated by the cultural difference and the language barrier. There are people who specifically search out foreigners. Those people are usually called like gaijin hunters. A lot of times those people are really just fetishizing foreign women or Western women. I have heard from a lot of my Japanese male friends that they want to try a foreigner at least once, like try a foreigner. But there are men who do want to take a foreigner woman seriously. It is a bit difficult to find. There is kind of a unique cultural background that might add towards the ghosting culture in Japan. A lot of people avoid confrontation here. It's kind of just part of the culture. Even if you have a really great date, like I went on this first date with a guy, we were just walking around and talking for 8 hours. He told me how excited he was to see me on the next date, and the very next day he just ghosted me. So it's a little confusing because there's a lot of the tatemae, kind of social mask that people wear, and it's hard to read whether or not that person is serious.
That's so true.
So sometimes that can be a little bit difficult.
So you're a vegetarian?
Yeah.
What's it like being vegetarian in Japan?
It's a bit difficult, actually. I actually was vegetarian for about 10 years before moving here, and I started eating fish when I moved here, partially because not getting enough protein. Part of it was also being able to go out with people, go to places that don't serve vegetarian food, which if you go out to like izakaya or something, there's not a lot of vegetarian options except for maybe like French fries or salad, and usually the salad will have meat on it, little snacky foods. So it's easier for me personally to eat fish every once in a while, but it's definitely possible to be vegetarian here. There are a lot of restaurants that do serve vegetarian food, although many of them could be a little bit expensive, but there are a lot of Indian food restaurants, and
vegetarian food.
Yes, there's a lot of vegetarian food in Indian food and Nepalese food. That was something I found very surprising when I first moved here.
Okay, thank you for your time. Where are you from?
From Atlanta, Georgia.
How long have you been in Japan?
About a month.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan? Stay in Japan.
It's fun. Osaka is the best. Osaka is very progressive. Everybody's friendly here. If you need help or lost, you could just say, excuse me, and they'll help you out.
I'm filming in Osaka today. Yeah, Osaka is pretty famous for the friendliness, very welcome towards, any kind of people.
Yeah. Problems here in Japan I've noticed is the streaming people that come from the States, and that crazy. You want the views and the clout. You want to get kicked out of a country and not come back because you want clout. That doesn't make sense to me. So
I think especially some Japanese people really get tired of it, American streamers.
American streamers or foreigners, just foreign streamers, just not just Americans. Just if you go to a different country, just be respectful. Doesn't take 2 seconds out your day just to be like thank you, sorry, or ask questions. There's beautiful sights here and stuff. You don't have to tear it up. It's not your place.
Thank you for your time. Where you from?
New York City.
How long have you been in Japan?
Same place.
13 months.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan?
It would have been nice to know there aren't as many places to get my hair done because it is very much a niche and you have to look pretty hard to find it unless you know somebody.
So how do you do it?
I knew somebody who knew somebody who knew somebody. It'd be good for you to know your own products and what works best for your hair and bring as much as you think you will need for that, plus 2 or 3 batches. Start looking early to see if you can find somebody who can do your hair or if you know anyone around or if in the neighborhood, and then reach out to people. That's probably the best way I can tell you. When I first came here, I didn't get it done for like 6 months. So it took like 4 or 5 hours for me to go get it like washed and retwisted.
So do you think it's important to have a friend from same community, same culture when it comes to this topic?
When it comes to black hair, yes, it's very crucial. I think in general for foreigners, it is good to have some type of community in Japan. And as foreign, especially if you don't know the language, it is much harder to meet new people and sort of get along because for a lot of Japanese, it's difficult to gauge their level of friendliness and sort of like willingness to interact with you if you do not know their language. If they are not comfortable with English and you are not comfortable with Japanese or know Japanese very well, there's a very thick and very tall wall you're going to have to climb. I mainly hang out with mostly Japanese people. I have separate communities. One of them is like a black community that I know. Another one is Japanese people that I know, and the other ones are like other foreigners, foreign students. So I dabble around a bit, but I like to know that I can be flexible and have other people I can talk to. So that's been nice.
As someone who lives in Tokyo from New York City, what are the differences?
Cleanliness. First thing and foremost, cleanliness. People are much more clean and aware of like throwing trash around. That's why if you notice, there's not a lot of trash bins. If you're here, it's sort of assumed like you're gonna take your trash with you home or wait until you find a place to throw it away. So the cleanliness is just much more, it's nice. It's very nice.
What about the people?
People here, they are respectful, superficially nice. But they are sometimes cold in a way that it's sort of hard to get to know them on a deeper level. If someone collapses, someone's probably going to stretch out and help you. In Tokyo, sometimes people won't do that. They'll sometimes just like walk past if someone's struggling. I've been walking home at nights where I've seen someone who's drunk and no one will help them. Whereas like, at least in New York City, someone will reach out to you and someone help you out. Like, hey, are you okay? Are you going to get home? But you only see that as much here in Japan. So I feel that's something New York City has that Tokyo doesn't have.
Thank you for the where from.
I'm from the United States,
This guy.
North Carolina, and my mom's Japanese, my dad's American. I've been in Japan 10 years.
What's something you wish you knew before coming to Japan, living in Japan?
One of the things I wish I knew before coming to Japan was Japanese houses are really cold. I had an apartment and it was winter my heater only had like a 4-hour setting, so it would get really cold, and I would take like a blow dryer and just put it under my sheets and blow dry my sheets so it would warm up my bed, because that's how cold it would get. I did not expect Japan to not have good insulation in the homes. One other thing I wish I knew before coming to Japan was how to say you in Japanese, because you don't really say you. So I kind of went through a little bit of a struggle saying, anata means you, but you don't really say anata to everybody. Right. So I was like, I don't know how to just say, what do you think, or this or that. And once you learn Japanese, you realize you can get away without saying you, but sometimes it causes a lot of confusion. Even Japanese people I see are like talking and they don't say you or I. So it's like, okay, who are we talking about? It's like, me? Somebody else?
There's no subject in the sentence. Yeah.
There's no subject in the well, you can cut out the subject. You can say like, kore hoshii desu. This means like, I want this. But it also could mean like, he wants it. Japanese is a lot about context. So to avoid saying you just need context clues. Or you could say person's name. If you don't know their name, you're screwed. You're fucked.
Okay, thank you for watching so far. How was it? That was interesting. If you have experience or live in Japan, please share your opinion.
We're good to go. All right, let's play. No, 30 minutes of...
Japan, it's the most sought after destination.
It's okay. I don't want to hear it anymore. I just want to play. Let's go. Oh yeah, giggity fucking goo. 30 minutes. Oh, 20 minutes always. 26. That's fine. You guys can wait. Thank you guys. You guys are always down for me. I respect that. Shit, man. This feels so good, honestly. I should have thought about this ages ago. Okay. I did everything I had to do. I need to stop being lazy and do TikTok. That's what I really need to do. Fucking TikTok. Stop being lazy and do TikTok. Yeah, fucking TikTok. Should do it 2 days in a row. Force my ass to do it. I already applied for a new job, so yeah. Just Just gotta wait 2 weeks. I gotta wait for everything. It's fucking crazy. I don't remember what I was doing. What am I wearing? Am I wearing clothes? The fuck, I'm naked. Got a harness. I'm missing something. Chest, left, no, I'm fine. Why is everyone running around? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I look pretty cool.
Need to trade. We're always.
Yeah. Every time I fucking forget, I don't remember what the fuck I was doing. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, something like that. Okay, it's fine. I guess. I need some music or something. Alright. So what should I watch? Should I watch Coffee House Crime? Yeah, I think I should. Coffee House Crime. New McDonald's. Yeah, Coffee House Crime. Let's go. Coffee House Crime. Alright. So let's see it from the beginning because I don't even fucking remember the story. Okay.
With almost 2 million
There we go.
subscribers on YouTube and 88,000 followers on Instagram, Carlos Henrique Medeiros gained widespread recognition as a successful Brazilian YouTuber with a flourishing career. But after he disappeared on Christmas Day of 2023, his family and the town of Itapacarica de Sara began to panic. And sadly, their search efforts would end in one of the wildest stories of 2024 to date. But this story goes far beyond the surface, delving into a complex web of drugs, lust, desperation, and deceit. So, what happened to Carlos Medeiros? And what do we know so far? Welcome back to Coffee House Crime Files. My name is Adrian, and today we're looking at the mysterious death of Carlos Medeiros. Now, this story is both wild and very, very recent, with investigation.
Okay, so we've done everything. We should go here. I want to know what's there. There has to be something interesting. Okay, let's go. Wait, are you holding anything, girl? You look good.
Hey.
Of course, I don't want this. Yeah, you're fine.
Sure. Just keep your shirt on.
You're good.
Don't worry.
Okay, let's go. Let's teleport here.
You're safe.
Still currently ongoing. There seems to be a lot of confusion as to what actually happened. And so in this video, we'll look at everything that we know so far. Now, I do want to point out that with this case happening so recently, all of the information that we know is subject to change. Though it will be interesting to see how all the opinions and facts develop over time. Before we begin, this is your gentle reminder that I serve coffee and darkly fascinating stories. So, if you like to caffeinate while you investigate, please consider subscribing. And now, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat, and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Carlos Medeiros. Bom dia, folks, and welcome to Sao Paulo. With a population of 12 million residents and a wider population of 44 million, Sao Paulo is Brazil's most inhabited city. It's found towards Brazil's southeastern shoreline and is only a stone's throw away from Rio de Janeiro. Interesting facts, but did you know that more than 1 million pizzas are eaten here every single day? Anyway, our case today pulls us to the municipality of
I should turn off my fucking light because I can't see shit. Definitely turn off my light. Hold on. That's the next thing I need to do. I need to buy a new fucking Xbox controller. How many times I dropped this shit? I'm gonna fucking break it one day. I should look it up. Xbox One controller. I should, because the way I fucking dropped this shit is annoying. To have a Fallout one, that'd be fucking great. Yeah, sorry. I always get distracted. Seems like I always get distracted. Fucking playing games. I can never do anything. Xbox One controller, though. Fallout. I'm curious, do I have Fallout? Fallout controller? Oh, that's fucking cool. I used to love those. I mean, $40 is not bad. I should get it. Yeah, I should get it. See-through is better. Transparent. I always like transparent. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, we're good to go. I can't say shit. Alright, let's go.
Which can be found on Sao Paulo's southwestern outskirts. Now, this town is a little less busy when compared to the city's many inner suburbs. But for
Protect
Carlos
and
Medeiros'
serve.
family, that was perfect.
The fuck?
Born in the year 1997, Carlos Henrique Medeiros was raised in Itapecerica de Sara. Even from childhood, he was known to be a natural prankster and enjoyed pushing his family's many buttons, especially towards his sisters Katia and Christiane. Despite this, it can only be assumed that Carlos loved his family and had a great relationship with them. Through childhood and his teen years, he was often seen with his sisters, despite getting on their nerves every now and again. again. Now, Carlos was definitely a family man, but the one that he was especially close to was his father, Antonio. The two of them did almost everything together, including days out, going to football games, and even making pranks. Speaking of which, it is probably time to address the elephant in the room here, but Carlos would eventually become a rather massive YouTuber. Beginning his channel in June of 2015, Carlos found fame after uploading many videos focused on pranking his sisters. It's worth mentioning here that although his online name was Henrique Medeiros, his actual first name was Carlos. Now, as previously mentioned, Carlos had always been passionate about pranks and filming. He was the type of guy to bring a camera just about anywhere, filming both stunts and pranks with his family and friends from a very early age. Furthermore, he had this innate talent for shooting his videos very well, and coming up with creative ideas that were made to go viral. With a backlog of material, Carlos decided to open his own channel on YouTube, which included posting videos of various pranks that he regularly got up to. Fortunately for him, his YouTube channel quickly began to
Oh shit. Fucking scared the shit out of me.
Whoa. You hear that?
YouTubers such as Sam Pepper, Vitalis TV, and YouTube were supreme in this area of the internet. And knowing that this was the formula needed to become successful, Carlos paid close attention to those kinds of videos garnering the most views and sought to emulate them himself. In Brazil, the quickly growing untapped market was just waiting for someone like Carlos to come in and take advantage.
Fucking scared me.
While many English-speaking prank channels were raking in millions of views, there was little to no one doing it on the same scale that was Brazilian or spoke Portuguese. Recognizing the opportunity, Carlos jumped at the chance to be the first one to fill the gap, and it didn't take long for his videos to reach an audience either. And almost overnight, he was amongst the top Brazilian Portuguese-speaking YouTube pranksters. His videos covered the whole prank YouTuber spectrum. This included running away from the police, giveaways, stealing from neighbors, pranking his dad, and even sexualizing his female friends and family. It's clear from his thumbnails that Carlos was marketing his videos towards teenage boys. They were a considerable portion of YouTube's consumer base, especially in South America, and regardless of what you think about the content, it was being eaten up by Carlos's fan base. As Carlos began to experiment with YouTube, many of his videos featured both family members and friends, and he leaned on the man that he cared about the most, Antonio. Carlos's father was seen in many of his new videos, with both of them often joking and laughing around together. And through these videos, it is very clear to see that they had an excellent relationship. Now, Carlos was very proud of his father too. He regularly posted pictures of them on Instagram, and while Carlos sometimes sought to get on his father's nerves for a reaction, his father was always begrudgingly patient with him. And even as Carlos began his venture into YouTube, he had his father's full support behind him. With success found in his formula, it seemed that nothing could stop Carlos's meteoric rise on YouTube. Over the next few years, his channel would grow to amass a whopping 1.8 million subscribers, with over 23 million views across his videos. Now known for more than just pranks, Carlos posted other lifestyle videos too, including vlogs and days of his life. Most of these videos were intended to look outrageous from the outset, which is probably why his most popular video, named I Test How Naughty My Cousin Is and It Went Horribly Wrong, received almost 10 million views on the platform. In the background, Carlos's audience was also growing on both Instagram and Facebook, gaining upwards of 85,000 followers throughout the years. His Instagram profile would offer a more personal lens to his life, again further highlighting
Plumber's
just
Secret.
how much he loved his father.
Plumber's Secret. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go inside.
The father and son would also start creating skits on Instagram, with Carlos focusing on the upbeat dynamic between him and Antonio creating humorous memes about his family. Now, this channel often focuses on murderous people with
Something's
terrible
going
habits.
We've got to do this more often.
To see Carlos and Antonio as best friends. The two seemed absolutely inseparable, but sadly, what they didn't know
Fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I fucking ran away though. It's fucking crazy. No comment.
Be sure. The two scenes on Murderous Beach dynamic, but he loved his father. The father and son would also start creating skits on Instagram, with Carlos focusing on the upbeat dynamic between him and Antonio creating humorous memes about his family. Now, this channel often focuses on murderous people with terrible parents. So, with that in mind, can we just take a moment to appreciate how refreshing it is to see Carlos and Antonio as best friends?
Okay, Kios, get there.
Absolutely inseparable. But sadly, what they didn't know is that 2023...
Whoa. Oh no, you don't. Shite. I was just getting warmed up.
I don't get it.
The two seemed absolutely inseparable. But sadly, what they didn't know is that 2023 would begin with incomprehensible heartache. And this would be sure to end Carlos's career. Behind the scenes, Antonio was dealing with an increasingly worrying illness. Things were not looking good for him. And sadly, shortly into the new year, he passed away. Friends would testify that this absolutely devastated Carlos. Where he was once a bright and rather ambitious young man, he was now a sad, lonely and depressed shell of his former self. It was at that very moment that Carlos abandoned his YouTube career entirely. With his father now gone, all of that drive and determination seemed to collapse, and needing some sort of relief to help him from this never-ending nightmare, he turned to the world of drugs.
This is the part of the job that I love. Gotta be something of value on it.
To spend time with another group of people. This new group, which was a mix of newcomers and old friends alike, all had one thing in common, and sadly, that was cocaine. Throughout the year of 2023, Carlos slipped further into this newly dark world.
Doesn't surprise me.
Through his Instagram photos that he missed his father dearly.
Of course.
Not managing to get through it. In February of 2023,
what is that?
He posted an image of the two with the caption, "Rest in peace, Dad. Hope to see you again soon. You taught me everything except living without you." He followed up with another post by saying, "It's Friday. Without you, the world has lost its grace. I swear, I thought nothing in this world could shake me, but losing you was like losing myself. I don't exist anymore, and it's only a matter of time." In July 2024, which was half a year after his father passed away, he posted another video of Antonio, this one captioned with, "Missing the best dad in the world, my best friend, my recording partner, my singing duo. One day we will be together. I just hope that won't be long." あそこスタートアップ。うちもいよいよテレビ CM だ。でもどこにお願いするのがいいですか？決めてなかったんですね。ですね。初めてのテレビ CM はアースフォースタートアップ。博報堂 D バイク。As you can tell, Carlos was very difficult to come to terms with the death of his father, and as the family approached the first year anniversary, he was still just as distraught. But before the family could even finish 2023, they were met with more grief and mystery. Because on Christmas Day, Carlos Medeiros disappeared. His sister, Christiane, hadn't heard from him in a while, which was highly unusual between the two. She began to grow worried that something might have happened to her brother. While she too was mourning the loss of her father, she knew that her brother had taken it especially hard. She also knew that he was quite destructive in the way that he coped. Now, according to Christiane, the last time that she saw her brother was in the early hours of Christmas morning, when he was seen watching fireworks with family and friends in the local town square. Apparently, Carlos told her that instead of spending Christmas with family, he wanted to spend it with his new friends. And although this was quite disappointing to hear, she wasn't surprised. But after her brother failed to show up the following day, she knew that wherever he was, he likely needed her help. His disappearance over Christmas dinner was wildly out of character. Quite disappointing. Apparently, Carlos told her that instead of spending Christmas with family, he wanted to spend it with his new friends. And although this was quite disappointing to hear, she wasn't surprised. But after her brother failed to show up the following day, she knew that wherever he was, he likely needed her help. His disappearance over Christmas dinner was wildly out of character.
Wait, there's another one.
Following her concerns, Christiane managed to rally her family. With the situation at hand, they began to search around the town for him, checking in at the local hospitals and scouring the surrounding fields. After a long and exhaustive day of searching, he was still nowhere to be found. The anxiety really began to sink in overnight when his silence remained for an abnormally longer time than usual. It was at this moment that his sister took to Instagram, announcing his disappearance in a desperate bid to find him. Now,
let's
before
go.
disappearing, Carlos told his sister that he had planned to stay with friends who lived just minutes away from their property. And so, with this information at hand, this reasonably was the next place to look for him. Those friends were a married couple, a 28-year-old man named Renan Jose and his 24-year-old wife, Caroline Milo. After asking them if they had seen him, Renan and Caroline told Carlos's family that he had left shortly after dinner that night and that they hadn't heard from him since. And although they had no idea of his whereabouts, they did seem eager enough to lend any help that they could. Now, sadly, without any other substantial information, Carlos's disappearance thawed over the following days. No one seemed to have any idea what happened to him. And over the next week, his family and friends scoured the area to no avail whatsoever. The couple that last saw Carlos joined his family in their search, also taking to social media
There's a hospital there.
to ask for any information which may help find him. But as the week dragged on, the search party would grow further and further desperate. It seemed as if Carlos had vanished without a trace, and although everyone knew that something was wrong, they just didn't know what precisely happened. Many of Carlos's childhood friends knew that, despite his struggles, he would never disappear under his free will. And to make things further suspicious, some of his friends did not trust the couple he was last seen with. One of those friends in particular,
There's nothing there now.
Robson Casemiro, was very suspicious of Renan and Caroline. He believed that the couple were simply lying to the authorities, and that perhaps they knew more than they were willing to share. And so, on the night of New Year's Eve, Robson decided to take matters into his own hands. And under the cover, it seemed as if Carlos had vanished without a trace. And although everyone knew that something was wrong,
Get a grip
they
on
just
yourself.
didn't know
Getting shook
what
up over
precisely
nothing.
happened.
Who's there?
Many of Carlos's childhood friends knew that, despite his struggles, he would never disappear under his free will. And to make things further suspicious, some of his friends did not trust the couple he was last seen with. One of those friends in particular, who was named Robson Casemiro, was very suspicious.
Shit's got
of Renan
ambush
and
all
Caroline.
over it.
He believed that the couple were
Everything's
simply
starting to sound
lying
like
to the
footsteps these
authorities,
days.
and that perhaps they knew more than they were willing to share. And so, on the night of New Year's Eve, Robson decided to take matters into his own hands. And under the cover of darkness, he investigated the couple's property for himself.
Just noise. Just noise.
The fuck?
The plan was that he would begin with their garden, before then peering through the windows and going from there. But while surveying the outside garden, Robson noticed an unusual pile of recently shoveled earth.
Something's ghosting us.
Investigate, and that is when, upon closer inspection, he noticed
Someone there?
What? Oh! Already see Carlos's t-shirt sticking out from the dirt. He called the authorities immediately, and after officers discovered something far worse. After all of this time, and despite the couple spending their entire week searching for him with his very own family, Carlos Medeiros' body was in their garden all along.
Now you're starting to piss me off.
Finally found, all eyes were on Renan. Suffice to say, things were not obliged the authorities and Carlos's family for the best part of a week. And now,
Is it just me? Or is this too easy?
so, with this case happening so recently, this is what we know so far. According to Renan and Caroline, Carlos had come over to the property for more than just Christmas dinner.
Son of a bitch!
Apparently,
That was me shooting arm.
also on the menu. They further claimed that shortly
How's
into
it
their
feel
visit,
getting your
Carlos
arse
started
kicked by a
suggesting
girl?
Caroline's younger sister.
Getting
who was
tired yet?
15 years old at the time. And shortly after that, to have sex. While the two were having intimate relations, and apparently when Carlos was just about to climax, he started to feel unwell. And at that very moment, he then suddenly that they then checked his pulse, but it was clear that his heart had stopped beating. And although they tried to revive him for 3 hours, it sadly was to no avail. Now, obviously, their confession holds some very serious allegations against Carlos. But it's very important to highlight here that they are not yet confirmed. This is a story created by two people who have proven that they are capable of deceit. And so, with that in mind, this may just be chapter 2 of their web of lies. Now, while the exact cause of Carlos's death is not yet recognized, it is possible that heavy drug usage in combination with exercise did create fatal heart complications. While the exact cause of Carlos's death is not yet recognized, it is possible that heavy drug usage in combination with exercise
Shit, I didn't even see him.
complications.
What?
Now, while the exact cause of Carlos's death is not yet recognized, it is possible that heavy drug usage in combination with strenuous exercise did create fatal heart complications. According to their own story, they were so shocked and disturbed by his sudden death that they had absolutely no idea what to do next. Rather than call for help or contact the police, it only seemed natural to them that the alternative was to bury him in a shallow grave in their garden. And this is the main reason that people doubt their story. Because if they were totally innocent, then why would they escalate the situation by concealing his body? Following his death, Renan and Caroline asked her 16-year-old sister to help move the body. They dug a grave overnight, placed him in the grave the following morning, filled it back up, and then played dumb throughout the following days. They made it appear as if they had no idea what happened to Carlos, even looking at his family right in the eyes as they lied about their knowledge. And to take one more deceitful step, they even took to social media to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. Because surely you cannot be a killer if you're both a good neighbor and a good Samaritan, right? In the current stage of the investigation, officers are still trying to determine if the couple's story is plausible and can be trusted, or if other foul play was involved. Sao Paulo Police Chief Luis Maria announced that, upon initial inspection, there were no signs of shooting, stabbing, or strangulation. An official autopsy of the corpse is currently underway, and depending on what is found, the charges currently placed against the couple could change quite drastically. If the report indicates that his death was accidental, then the couple will be charged with concealing the corpse. On the flip side, if it is proven that he was murdered, then Renan and Caroline will be charged with homicide. While the police continue their investigation, Carlos's family is understandably outraged. Renan and Caroline were people from their community, people they trusted, and were supposed to be helping them with their search. Carlos's sister, Christiane, believes that there is much more to Caroline and Renan's current story, and she further believes that her brother's death was more than just an unfortunate accident. In a statement to the press, she said, "If my brother got sick as they claimed, then why didn't they call an ambulance to help him?"
なぜ今オフィスなのか。意見をぶつけ合えるのは同じ空間にいるから。打ち合わせが雑談になってチームが一つになった。先輩から学べることが画面に映らないことの方が多い。ちょっとした立ち話からいいアイデアが生まれたりする。集まることで生まれる力がここにはある。カラフルワーク三井のオフィス三井不動産。ベンザブロック安物の正体です。ガンちゃん研究室。どうも、ガンちゃん研究室です。ベンザブロック安物の正体が実は新しいテレビ CM の中に隠されているって知ってました。それでは解説していきたいと思います。
Point out what you need and I'll get right on it.
That's it. Now let's sleep. Stop using fucking stim packs.
そう、この山、僕の元気の減少を表しているんです。そして次のカットでいきなり僕は家で寝ている。まるで瞬間移動。これは暗に風邪をひいたら無理せず帰って休んだ方がいいってことを伝えてるんですよね。
That's it. Anything else here?
このカット、光が紫色ですよね。これ気づいた。
Let's discover it and then we found. Oh, I just saw that.
紫色の光はヤスモの効き目を表しているってことなんです。そして金色は眠りの力。効き目と眠りの力が合わさっていると解釈しますね。
They really tried to get me.
ここからが重要。この7つの有効成分、なぜ7だかわかりますか？
I don't want to hear this.
regardless of what people thought individually, it became quite clear that some in the local area demanded immediate retribution. And after the authorities confirmed that the couple were in custody, residents in the local area equipped themselves with torches and firebombs. You can probably see where this is going. But they attacked their property in an attempt to burn the house down. While the house was not completely burnt to the ground, clear evidence of smoke and fire damage is visible all over the exterior walls, with some reporters even recording the scene as it happened. Now, regardless of their emotions, this was an extremely unwise thing to do. Possible evidence to confirm or deny their involvement in this death may have now burned down in the process, making this story even more challenging to unravel. Interesting enough, no suspects have currently been arrested for arson. So, what precisely happens next? Well, to begin with, we must first wait for Carlos's toxicology reports to return. The results will determine if drugs were in his system at the time of his death or not. If the results come back strongly positive, then Renan and Carolyn will likely face charges of concealing a corpse and nothing more. I mean, they may have merely
Motherfucker.
talking about right now, because it'll be interesting to see how these facts and opinions change over time. Regardless of what actually happened that night, the local community's response was both swift and brutal, and everyone seems to blame Renan and Caroline to some degree for what happened to Carlos. Moving forward, there are only two possible theories really. Either foul play was involved and the couple murdered him in cold blood, or they mishandled his murder from the outset. In addition to this, the police chief also expressed his belief that Renan knew that if he was found to be in possession of cocaine, then he would have lost custody of his 3 children and his pregnant wife. On the other hand, it is also possible that one of these 2 lovers experienced a psychotic break while high and then assaulted then unravel. Interesting enough, no suspects have currently been arrested to the ground. Clear evidence of smoke and fire damage is visible all over the exterior walls, with some reporters even recording the scene as it happened. Now, regardless of their emotions, this was an extremely unwise thing to do. Possible evidence to confirm or deny their involvement in his death may have now burned down in the process, making the story even more challenging to unravel. Interesting enough, no suspects have currently been arrested for arson. So, what precisely happens next? Well, to begin with, we must first wait for Carlos's toxicology reports to return. The results will determine if drugs were in his system at the time of his death or not. If the results come back strongly positive, then Renan and Caroline will likely face charges of concealing a corpse and nothing more. I mean, they may have merely been scared that if they called the police, then officers would have found cocaine in their possession, or even assumed that it was murder from the outset. In addition to this, the police chief also expressed his belief that Renan knew that if he was found to be in possession of cocaine, then he would have lost custody of his 3 children and his pregnant wife. On the other hand, it is also possible that one of these 2 lovers experienced a psychotic break while high and then assaulted Carlos, resulting in his murder. We also can't exclude the possibility that they murdered him for his money, because Carlos had quite a fruitful career on YouTube. And for that, the authorities must remain mindful.
Come on, baby! Show me what you've got! You lose! Over there! Get him!
However, saying that, I do
Dying time is here!
Regardless of what actually happened that night, the local community's response was both swift
not.
How many bullets I got?
We've gotta do this more often.
Beautiful.
Either foul play was involved and the couple murdered him in cold blood, or they mishandled his unfortunate death by multiple authorities, doubling down when they lied to the Medeiros family's faces and then helped in their search party. When locals hear of his death, they think of a bright, smart, and enthusiastic young man who was faced with terribly unfortunate circumstances in the year leading up to his demise. His father's death put him on a sad and desperate path, one filled with cocaine and drug abuse. And sadly, this path was one that he could not free himself from. Carlos Henrique Medeiros' YouTube channel continues to stand on YouTube as a digital collection of his memories, and his Instagram profile also remains up to this day, showcasing his unwavering love for his father and his darkest moments after Antonio's death. Tragically, with Carlos never recovering after his father's passing, Antonio's death was kind of his death too. Some of his captions left behind eerily display his prediction that he would not be far off behind his father. In his final post on Instagram, he finished his comment by saying, "One day we will be together. I just hope it won't be long." Tragically, his hopes were granted. Now, these stories are always tragic, but what really got me in this one is the pain that Carlos felt in the death of his father. It is a real tragedy to know that his final year on Earth was filled with so much despair. As always, folks, I'll keep you updated with anything that happens to this case, either in a new upload video.
First time I've ever seen you pray.
On Instagram. What I would love from you right now is to let me know what you think happened in this case, because right now it could theoretically be murder or just simply an accident. What I think will be very interesting to see though is how our opinions change after the story develops. And while you're there, let me know what you think about this type of content, because usually I cover cases that are pretty much done and dusted. But with this happening so recently, I'd like to know if you found this interesting. Anyway folks, that's the end of the video today. Thank you so much for watching, I really do appreciate you being here. And if you're new to Coffee House Crime, then welcome. Please consider subscribing, it does help me out. Very briefly, if you want to support the channel, then please check out my Patreon. Alternatively, if you want to keep up to date with what I'm doing, please check out my social media. Anyway folks, that is it for me today. Thank you again for watching, and as always, I'll see you again very soon for another video. Until that moment arrives though, remember to look after yourself, look after each other, and of course, stay safe. Thank you, and goodbye.
Wow, that was fucking sad. Oh, what should I listen to now? Yeah, I need to listen to something. So this one was interesting.
The judge sends a
strong message during the sentencing of a man who made national headlines for raping and impregnating a child. Herson Fuentes changed his plea today and will now serve life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years.
This case shocking the nation last year after the girl ended up traveling to Indiana to get an abortion following the Supreme Court's reversal of Roe v. Wade.
Investigator Haley Nelson's been following the case from the start and was in the court today.
Let me know if you find some spare ammo.
With more on the sentence. Haley?
Supreme Court's revert
25 years.
This case shocking the nation last year after the girl ended up traveling to Indiana to get an abortion following the Supreme Court's reversal of Roe v. Wade.
Investigator Haley Nelson's been following the case from the start and was in the court today. She joins us now live from the courthouse with more on the sentence. Haley?
On stage, a deal was reached in this case, avoiding the need for a trial. Fuentes will serve life in prison with the possibility of parole in 25 years. Today,
That's
the court
crazy.
judge sent a very direct
Poor child.
message. And we did see multiple law enforcers show up inside to be on standby, so to speak.
Got it.
This court will be sentencing without comment. Everyone knows how hard that's going to be. Because the court considers this the worst of the offense. But the family has asked for me to sentence without consequence. The family has agreed to this, and this is a hard pill for this court to swallow. Strong words from Judge Julie Lynch after Herson Fuentes changed his plea to guilty Wednesday on rape charges. A deal being reached in the case that garnered national attention and sparked outrage. If that family had faith to take this joint recommendation, this would never be happening. Prosecutors detailing a timeline in court. Fuentes now pleading guilty to rape. The victim was 9 years old at the time and later traveled with her mother to Indiana to get an abortion.
On July 6th of 2022, members of the Columbus Police Department went to the child's residence to obtain DNA samples from the minor child, as well as all males who were living in the home at the time, which included the defendant, Mr. Fuentes, who was the live-in boyfriend of the child's mother.
Prosecutors said Fuentes' DNA was a match. Judge Lynch asking Fuentes if he understood. Fuentes communicating through an interpreter, only saying yes. Do you understand you're waiving these rights when you enter this guilty plea? Yes. He will also have to check in for life as a Tier 3 sex offender. A total of life in prison with the possibility of parole. The possibility of parole in 25 years. The prosecution team did not have a comment for us after court. Fuentes' defense team says he was anxious to have this resolved.
We're happy that we were able to get it done today for everybody involved.
And Fuentes has been in custody. He was taken away today. We put even more on abc6onyourside.com. Live at the Franklin County Courthouse, I'm Haley Nelson.
デリバリーアプリメニュー3時のおやつにコーヒーや紅茶と一緒にその日のご褒美にメニューならスイーツがいろいろ楽しめるメニュープレゼント中
What should I level up? Scrapper. I still don't have Cannibal. And I should have that though. Cannibal, cause fuck. Cannibal makes fucking sense. Cannibal makes fucking sense. This and this. Okay, let's go. Cannibal. Cause fuck. Come here, girl.
Hey. Aw. And here I thought you wanted to snuggle.
I need to raise my charisma also. Bottle cap. Mine. Oh, okay.
Why don't you just die? Aw, man, come back! I was having fun. Just die!
Where are you? Oh, there you go. Beautiful. Can't hold anything right now. Okay, so can I mark it? There we go. It's that okay, next. No, should I listen to him? Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go.
You are not prepared for what is to come.
Welcome everybody to this episode of Fan Rank. Today we're going to be revealing what you guys chose as the top 10 most anticipated movies of 2024.
Yes, in a year full of prequels, sequels, and 2 creepy movies about imaginary friends, these are the ones you chose that you're most excited about. Let's go.
She did that to herself.
Hey, you want to play Wolverine one more time? Yeah, sure, right. Number 10 is Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. No things. I see everything. This is going to be a sequel to one of the greatest sci-fi trilogies of all time. It follows what happens when the world is now fully ruled by talking primates. And in this journey, one primate will try to stop another one from taking advantage of human technology to plunge the world back to the chaos it was before humans were the dominant species. This film will look gorgeous, it will tell an epic tale, and if successful, will launch a whole new trilogy of films. I cannot wait to dive back into this evil world.
At number 9, we have Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. Now, Frozen Empire is the sequel to 2021's Ghostbusters Afterlife, which breathed life back into the franchise after the 2016 film We Don't Talk About. But the gang is back, and this time in New York City, where half of all movie sequels are set, but more importantly...
Sensors indicating concealed organic life form.
First time in New York.
Combat finished.
People froze to death in the middle of July.
In this movie, we'll be seeing Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, and Ernie Hudson joining forces with the Afterlife cast to fight an evil force known as Joe. The trailer has some amazing No Way Home energy, bringing back this legendary squad, and fans can't stop talking about how absolutely thrilled they are to partake.
Like, literally scared to death. So
いるわ代表戦の後急にサッカー見始めるやつよっしゃ当たった2対1
At number 8, we have Kung Fu Panda 4.
It is time to take the next step on your journey.
I'm not supposed to talk to people I don't know.
Okay.
You have marvelous bone structure. Stop by the mega surgery sometime.
We sell everything. Stim packs.
Where are you? Wait, I should wait, to be honest, I should wait.
Hey, no shame in taking the occasional chem. Solomon can hook you up.
9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There, 11 hours, I'll wait, that's fine.
Now, I'm not surprised to see this movie here since it's
I know an ex-raider when I see one. Make sure your friend plays nice inside the wall, hear me?
There's
Is that a Pip Boy?
I did not know.
Give my left arm for one of those.
Be betrayed! We're always open!
Hey. Sure.
Director Mike Mitchell has said this fourth installment is connected to the lore of the other films, but really stands on its own two paws. And based on the trailer, I think we can come to expect what we love of the Tony Bennett franchise, which is rich, lovable characters, visual splendor, and kung fu pandemonium.
We're not so different, you and I.
Stand back. I'm gonna kick my butt. At number 7, we have Godzilla Kong, The New Empire.
We believe that life could only exist on the surface of our planet.
Now we're heading back into the Monsterverse on the big screen for another collaboration.
For sure. Just keep your shirt on.
Yes, there's gonna be some new human additions to the cast, but no one's here for that. We're here for giant monster battles, and this movie is... We're having a sale on brooms! Oh no, wait, my programming is telling me we never have sales. Maybe you should buy something else. The Hollow Earth to find out what else is lurking beneath the surface.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Here you are! Possibly imagine. This is going to be a must-see monster film, and I cannot wait to see who punches who. Big Monkey, Godzilla's. What are we gonna get? A lot.
Let me stay focused. Let's see. No, nothing interesting. It's fine. Nothing crazy. I'm curious. Metal Raider Ragstag Raider chest. Raider letters is fine. I need one for myself. Sack Raider survey. I got money, bro. I need to buy shit. Ugh, fuck, we don't have enough. It's fine. It's fine. I'll take it. So, let's see. What I need.
Our service!
No. You're doing the wrong thing, bro. I'm curious. How do you look?
Heads up. Need something?
How you look in a pink dress? How you look? Wow. I don't like it.
Heads up.
Sure. Be glad to take. I mean, hold some stuff for you.
You look weird. Let's take it. Put on the red dress. Give me the pink dress.
Oh, I do hope you're here to make a
Wait,
purchase.
let's see.
It's what I live for.
556, baby. 556 is fucking hard to find.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Oh, goody. Number 6, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Project Shadow. Before Super Mario came along, Sonic the Hedgehog broke the bad video game movie curse by delivering 2 heartwarming and action-packed spectacle movies. Now, for the third outing, we're gonna bring in the ultimate rival and the ultimate life form, Shadow, as Sonic's rival and the big bad of the movie.
Shadow?
All right, I'll help you, but but just this one time.
But will there be a surprise, Big Bad? Will Jim Carrey's Robotnik return? We don't know yet. But what we do know is that with Sonic at the helm, we're gonna have a fun time at the movie theater. We're gonna get some slow motion fast scenes, and the cast is getting even bigger as we grow on to the expanded Sonic universe.
Today's forecast calls for clear sunny skies and a 100% chance of adventure.
Number 5, Joker Folie à Deux.
Can you introduce me as Joker?
What's wrong with your real name?
That's what you called me on the show. A Joker. Do you remember?
Will this movie live up to the gritty originality of the first film? Well, its placement at number 5 tells us that fans can't wait to find out. While we don't know much about the plot as of yet, we do know that this installment will be a musical, with the addition of Lady Gaga as Harley Quinn. And of course, we have Joaquin Phoenix reprising his now iconic role as the clown prince of crime.
You got nothing left to lose? Nothing can hurt me anymore. My life is nothing but a comedy.
Now, I think it's safe to say that we don't quite know what to expect yet, but I think the mystique surrounding this release is adding to the hype big time. So I will be right there with you guys on October 4th to see this one on the big screen. I cannot wait.
I might understand that this is not a movement to become a symbol.
Come on, Murray. Do I look like the kind of clown that could start a movement?
Number 4 is Inside Out 2.
Okay, let's clear it all out. It's demo day!
If you haven't seen the first movie, let me tell you, this is a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, and it was the 7th highest grossing film in 2015. And it told this story about a young girl learning to accept and embrace all of her emotions. Now that she's gotten to a good point in her life, we're gonna add anxiety to the mix along with other emotions.
Orange? Who made the console orange?
Do I look orange?
I didn't touch it.
Building something good, I hope.
This is gonna make the movie highly relatable and will probably make it important for kids and adults to see. This is going to be a game changer for Pixar. I can feel it in my emotions, so I'm definitely gonna run to the theater when this comes out this year.
Where can I put my stuff? A new emotion! Wow, I'm sorry. We wanted to make such a good first impression. What do you mean, we?
Thank you, everyone, for your comments and participation. It's always a delight to get the channel for a movie like this. My most anticipated movie of 2024 is Robert Eggers' Nosferatu. Anyone who knows me knows my obsession with the 1922 film, and I'm a huge fan of his work like The Witch in the Lighthouse, so I cannot wait to see what he does with this spooky classic. Andrew, what is your most anticipated movie of 2024?
I cannot wait for Mickey 17. It is a Robert Pattinson-led space movie. He's gonna go try to land on an ice planet with Mark Ruffalo and Tony Collette and Thor. Come on! It's gonna be freaky. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be expansive. I cannot wait for this. And speaking of, tell us what you can't wait for in the comments, because they might show up in this video or a future favorite. So get down in there in the comments and tell us what you're excited about, and let's keep this rolling, shall we?
I get somewhere.
At number 3, we have Beetlejuice 2. Now, listen, there is a lot of lore surrounding the Beetlejuice sequel. There was a sequel written in 1990 that never got made called Beetlejuice Goes Hawaii. This is true. There was another sequel written and cast in 2015 that also went to the show.
I should go there. After. I'll go.
Original movie doesn't need a sequel, so everything has to be really right for this to work.
Is why I won't do 2 shows a night anymore, babe. I won't do.
I think the bar has been set really, really high on this one, and I'm right there with you guys. I cannot wait to see this movie. I'm a huge Beetlejuice fan. Let's go.
Oh boy, you guys are really a couple of spooksters, aren't you? Now, let's turn on the juice and see.
2, we have Dune Part 2.
You've been fighting the Harkonnens for decades.
Okay.
My family's been fighting them for centuries.
Now, it takes a lot to adapt a story of this breadth with this much lore and with...
I didn't want to say anything. Okay, let me finish this drink. Finished it? Where's the fucking cap? Okay. Let me see. Finished. Fuck. Let's go, baby. So. Go a minute, sorry. I'm fucking full. Just had maybe like 5 things today. I'm fucking full. Was it 5 or was it 6? Yeah, 6 things today. Wait. Chicken this morning. I had two dumplings. I had curry with 2 breads twice, and I had 2 pies. Yeah, 7 things. Yeah, I'm fucking full. And a milkshake. So yeah, I gotta get back on my diet.
Such an absolutely brilliant film. Just absolutely. The Dune Part 1 did it, even earning 10 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture. And thank our audience that Warner Bros. Proceeds to see Part 2. After much delay due to the Hollywood strikes, finally came in as a stunning conclusion in March 2024. The film was shot in Ireland and
Let's go.
I don't need to break the fourth wall to tell you to put away your laundry and listen to why this is going to be the movie to watch in 2024. Hugh Jackman is back as Wolverine in a buddy cop road trip comedy drama. Who knows what this movie is going to be? What we know for sure is that Deadpool is going to make fun of everything. And now that he has access to MCU's full toy chest, anybody is up for grabs.
Thank you, Kevin Feige. Love you, Kevin Feige. Thank you, MCU.
Anything you complained about, he's going to complain about.
Hold on. Curious. Alright. I've been here before? Yeah, I have. Wait, let me see this. I don't get it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, coffee house again. Coffee house again. Yeah, coffee house, why not? Here we go.
This is Damien Vendel, a violent man with a long and dark history with the law. And at the time that this body cam footage took place, he already had more than a decade of charges and convictions under his belt. It's a shame that on his final day as a free man, he would commit a crime so terrible that he would become one of Britain's most hated criminals and be handed the harshest sentence possible under current UK law. This video walks you through the terrible life of Damien Vendel, the lives lost through his actions, and the many mistakes and glaring
Now I have to go.
found along the way.
Alright, let's go.
Welcome back to Coffee House Crime, folks. My name is Adrian, and today I'm back with another dark and fascinating story. But this one is particularly gruesome. You see, Damien can only be described as one of the most deplorable men in human history. And after hearing all of the details in this video, I'm sure you will agree. Oh, and by the way, I've got a bunch of very exciting projects in the pipeline. So, if you want to keep updated on what they are, or simply love to caffeinate while you investigate, please consider subscribing. Anyway, with all of that out of the way, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Damien Vendel.
What's gonna fucking say? Fuck, what's that?
Welcome to merry old England, folks. Our story today pulls us to the county of Derbyshire. Nestled in the northeast of this historic county, and you will find the village of Killamarsh. And unfortunately, it does live up to its name in this video. Just over 2 square miles in size, you won't find Killamarsh to be a big or bustling city. It's home to just under 10,000 people.
Hold on. You hear that?
So.
As with many settlements in this part of the country, Killamarsh's economy was primarily driven by agriculture.
Don't leave anything behind that might be useful.
Which of course is when mining then took over to become its leading industry.
I don't get it. What about?
As with many and is surrounded by many fields and lakes. There are mentions of this town dating as far back as 1086, making this place very rich in history. As with many settlements in this part of the country, Killamarsh's economy was primarily driven by agriculture.
Oh shit.
Which of course is when
Now this is what I'm talking about. You know how to show a girl a good time.
centuries and playing a vital role in the growth of the village's population. It gradually declined in the 1980s as a majority of British coal mines started to undergo gradual closure. You can find the Rocker Valley County Park near one of these mines, which provides a.m. on Sunday the 19th of September 2021, emergency services received a phone call from a man named Damien Bendel. The phone call was short, and Damien's request quite abrupt. As for what he says, I'll let you listen.
Nothing there now.
I've killed 4 people.
Okay, just hold the line.
Being a
What the fuck was that?
relatively small village, it did not take long for officers to arrive. Responding at the scene 14 minutes later, they were faced with
That it?
The fuck?
this being Damien.
Oh! That was easy.
999.
Have you harmed yourself? You have. Have you stabbed yourself? Yeah. See blood on your hands.
Anywhere else? Just my chest, 4 inches in with a bread knife. Can we have a look? Yeah, one on the stomach. I bled quite.
Right, George. Yes.
No, just stay there, stay there. I just don't want to be in front of them.
Giving him the courtesy of stepping around the corner and away from prying eyes, officers soon learned
Nothing's
that
more
Damien was
satisfying
not
than a
lying.
smoking
He had
gun and a
murdered
pocket full of
people
cats.
in the home behind him, and he had multiple wounds to prove it. After clarifying his actions, Damien Bendel was handcuffed while officers called for backup and prepared to search the property. After stepping inside, they would find the bodies of 35-year-old Terry Harris and 3 children, and tragically, all 4 were pronounced dead at the scene. Terry was found in the living room, with 13-year-old John Paul Burnett found in the bathroom, and Lacey Burnett and her friend Connie Gent in the bedroom. Lacey and Connie were both only 11 years old. Blood was observed throughout the property, and a claw hammer was found alongside a bread knife in the kitchen. And, as you can imagine, after these findings, Damien was arrested immediately.
Damien, at 07:47 hours, emerging on suspicion of murder. You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. Do not mention when questioned something later on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Your arrest is necessary to protect you from harm, to prevent your disappearance, for a prompt and effective investigation. Okay?
Just go inside.
Stand up.
This incident rocked the community of Killamarsh. In fact, this village had never faced a murder before in recorded history. And now, all of a sudden, they were dealing with 4. The household's unusual situation meant that many families were affected too. None of these children were actually biologically related to Damien. And as for his relationship with Terry Marsh, they'd only formed one several months prior. And Connie Gent, who wasn't related to anyone in the household at all, was merely staying overnight to stay with a friend. This was a tragedy that no one could see coming. As always, the devil is in the detail, and as you'll soon come to find out, there were many glaring red flags prior to the murders taking place. And unfortunately, Damien would do far worse than just
Getting
murder.
shook up over
It was
nothing.
later discovered that
You're
Damien
mine now, rookie.
Would ya?
as she lay there dying, and would even come back for a second time once she had passed away. And Connie Gent, who wasn't related to anyone in the household at all, was
Just
staying
noise.
overnight
Hey.
to stay with a friend. This was a tragedy that no one
being followed. Nice try.
and as you'll soon
Think you
come
can
to
win
find
this,
out,
huh?
there were many
Swore I heard something.
prior to the murders taking place. Unfortunately,
Oh no, you don't.
Damien had taken advantage of 11-year-old Lacey as she lay there dying, and would come back for a second time once she had passed away.
Bastard! I'm beginning to enjoy this.
The actions, let's first understand how he got here in the first place. And that begins with the lives of Terry Harris. Described as caring and loving, Terry Harris was born in London. Angela Smith and Lawrence Harris. Growing up in the East End, she was a city girl by nature, but at the age of 4-year-old Lacey,
That's crazy.
the household's unusual situation meant that many families were affected too. None of these children were actually biologically related to Damien, and as for his relationship with Terry Marsh, they'd only formed one several months prior. And Connie Gent, who wasn't related to anyone in the household at all, was merely staying overnight to stay with a friend. This
Powering
was
up. Protectron on duty. Protect and serve.
And as you'll soon come to find out, there were many
gotta be something of value on him.
Damien would do far worse than just murder. It was later discovered that Damien had taken advantage of 11-year-old Lacey as she lay there dying, and would even come back for a second time once she had passed away, making this one of the most disgusting and sadistic murders imaginable. But before we continue with Damien's horrific actions, let's first understand how he got here in the first place. And that begins with the lives of Terry Harris and her children. Described as caring and loving, Terry Harris was born in London to her parents Angela Smith and Lawrence Harris. Growing up in the East End, she was a city girl by nature, but at the age of 17, she moved to Sheffield with her mother. Around the same time, her father moved to Essex, leaving Terry with two homes 200 miles apart. It was during her time in Sheffield that Terry eventually caught the attention of a man named Jason Bennett. Fast forward several years, and the two had welcomed two beautiful children into the world, that being John Paul and Lacey Bennett. Lacey was described as a compassionate young girl who loved to perform. She enjoyed making TikTok videos with her friends and was attending dance class at school. As for her older brother, John Paul was described as a calm boy who loved his family. Both children attended Outwood Academy City School and were very popular with good grades. Now Terry was smitten with the children. She poured her heart and soul into caring for them and their mother, and it's quite evident that she was one too. This came quite naturally for her too, because as a care worker, she was both professionally and naturally sensitive, understanding and patient. And as for Jason, he was a great father as well. But sadly, after 15 years together, they would unfortunately divorce. Now, as always, this did leave the family with both grief and separation, but both parents did their very best to keep their children happy. With Jason keeping regular contact with his children daily, and Terry had another life anyway, that being West Hampton. Terry felt the void that many single adults feel. I mean, she loved her children, but she also desired to be looked after too. And so, with that in mind, in the year 2020, she began to look for a new partner. She turned to the world of dating apps, a reasonably common way to find love in the modern world. And it's here that, unfortunately, she connected with a man none other than Damien Bendel. As you can already tell from this story, Terry was what everyone would describe as a good person. She was an average young mother who loved her children and wanted to be loved back. Unfortunately for her though, Damien would turn out to be the total opposite. Following several conversations, the pair would eventually fall for each other. At the time, she was living in Woodhouse in Sheffield, but by the start of 2021, she would move to Chandos Crescent in Killamarsh with her children and Damien Bendel. But who was Damien exactly?
Fuck. What was that? Light assault rifle? Light? Nah, it's not one.
結婚は ID で周りが結婚ラッシュなんだよな。ちょっと焦るよね。
そろそろ結婚して家族が欲しい。
私も憧れちゃう。なんとか今年中に結婚したい。
Okay, let's go downstairs. I don't care.
Born in the year 1989, Damien was raised in Swindon and, unfortunately, seemed to weave his path of destruction from a very young age. And for reasons unknown to the rational citizen, he was determined to earn a reputation as a hard man in the local area. But the reality was that almost everything about him was actually a total facade. He was involved in criminal enterprise and petty crime from a young age. And as soon as he was set on this path, it all seemed to snowball over the years. Those who knew Damien when he was younger would later say that his main objective was being seen as dangerous rather than being anything of the sort. And his sporadic efforts as a cage fighter, which he often failed at by the way, were proof of this. He also had True Blue tattooed across his knuckles, the motto of famous London football club Chelsea. However, despite the relatively short journey away from home, he had never actually seen them play in person. It is also reported that Damien has several Nazi tattoos on his legs, but it is generally understood that he could not attention-seeking bad boy. In addition to this, Damien often boasted about killing his friends.
You might want to think about dropping some of that crap you're carrying.
Damien said, quote,
Look alive.
Have any goodies for me?
now, hopefully, this is merely another one of his made-up stories to appear tough. But concerningly, numerous friends around Boat often boasted about not tell you anything about the Third Reich or their ideologies. In other words, he was just an attention-seeking bad boy. In addition to this, Damien often boasted about killing his friend's dog. When his mate couldn't afford to have her put down, Damien said, quote, he'd do it for free with a brick. Now, hopefully, this is merely another one of his made-up stories to appear tough. But concerningly, numerous friends around Swindon do claim that this happened. To make matters even worse, he was known to have enjoyed torturing kittens. This comes up now and again in my videos, but killing animals is one of the most noticeable hallmarks of a murderer. Damien had also diagnosed himself to have multiple personalities, admitted that he was prone to snapping at the moment, and often gave people a 3 warning system. In other words, people would be in big trouble if they ever crossed him 3 times. Based on what I have told you so far, you can probably guess that this man had long-standing issues of alcohol and drug abuse. Damien had no control over his habits, actions, or his behavior, and so he was constantly in trouble with the law. This includes several charges, including attempted robbery, armed robbery, robbery in possession of a knife, inflicting grievous bodily harm, and assault. One of these incidents occurred in the year 2015 when he tried to rob a local shop with a knife. But going back to how this man was all bark and no bite, he then ran away when the elderly shopkeeper chased him out with a golf club. It is worth highlighting here that although Damien's violent history should be taken very seriously, Terry initially had no idea about any of this, and that's thanks to the Maskey war online. We all know this already, but the internet is filled with liars, narcissists, and murderers who can all create the illusion that they are good, happy, successful people. Now, all of this is particularly pertinent on social media, but the one place where it is extremely dangerous is, of course, dating apps, because that's where you get very close to other people. Now, Damien may have seemed like a caring, attentive, and charming young man, but in reality, he was a poor excuse of a human being, one with a violent history behind him, and unfortunately, he would worm his way into Terry's life. A mere few months into their relationship, friends close to Terry began to voice their concerns about Damien. His violent nature had slipped down the grapevine, with rumors of charges and convictions circling the family household. Now, Terry's mother was extremely worried by this, and would often beg her daughter to reconsider the relationship. She was worried about what he could do under the wrong circumstances, and unfortunately, that gut instinct was wrong.
Nice.
But Terry believed that she could change Damien for the better. She was a loving, caring, and kind woman who saw the best in everyone, and although she recognized that Damien did have a bad side to him, she believed that he merely needed the right environment to thrive. And sadly, in the month of September 2020, a mere few months into their relationship, friends close to Terry began to voice their concerns about Damien. His violent nature had slipped down the grapevine, with rumors of charges and convictions circling the family household. Now, Terry's mother was extremely worried by this, and would often beg her daughter to reconsider the relationship. She was worried about what he could do under the wrong circumstances, and unfortunately, that gut instinct was right. But Terry believed that she could change Damien for the better. She was a loving, caring, and kind woman who saw the best in everyone, and although she recognized that Damien did have a bad side to him, she believed that he merely needed the right environment to thrive. And sadly, in the month of September 2020, only 5 months after connecting with Damien, Terry would move to Killamarsh, and he would move in with her. Now, Swindon was a long way away from Sheffield and the village of Killamarsh, and moving 200 miles up north for a partner you had only recently met on Tinder is a huge red flag in itself. But saying that, it is quite easy to understand how Terry felt special from this. Now, one of the main contributing factors behind this is also probably that she became pregnant in recent months, and with a child on the way, she likely believed that her new partner would smarten up and become a good father. Circling back to Damien's dependency on drugs, even as time
Oh.
He was required to wear an electronic ankle bracelet and stay in the property at all times. One aspect that I find very concerning about this case is that Damien was built into the home which already had two children, neither of which were even related to him. I mean, colour me cautious, but I believe that's both the signs. Now, given his long and violent history, these probation officers would have reconsidered their decision. But sadly, they never thought about it. His conviction of arson was yet another terrible decision made while under the influence of harmful drugs. In the several years leading up to 2021, he had become heavily addicted to cocaine, marijuana, spice, methamphetamine, and even morphine. And although Damien claimed that he was clean from drugs, this was not actually the case. Sadly, it would become undeniable on the final day of Terry's.
That's it. Stop walking around in circles. Nah, I wasn't here. I would fucking know.
September the 18th, 2021. It was a Saturday, and the Harris Bendel household had a busy weekend ahead. The entire family were at home, with the addition of Lacey's friend, Connie Gent. The two young girls were motivated to raise money for cancer awareness. As a result, they'd put together a bunch of cakes and sweets and sold them at a local park stall. Tragically, unknown to anyone at the time, this would be the final picture of them alive. Just hours later, both girls would be dead. The reason for this would, unknown to anyone at the time, this would be the final picture of them alive. Just hours later, both girls would be dead. The reason for this would be Damien.
Why bother with that? You opening a museum or something?
Pile of weed and alcohol. He then consumed 3 to 4 bags of cocaine throughout the rest of the day, apparently leading to an eventual blackout. And after exhausting this supply too, he then attempted to reach his dealer to purchase even.
Oh shit.
Making multiple calls without any success, he then began to lose his temper. And tragically, at this very moment, he lost grasp on any reason and rationality that he had. Based on mobile phone data, it is believed that the following actions happened over an 18-minute time span. After locating and grabbing his claw hammer, Damien attacked Terry. As a result, she was murdered in cold blood in the living room, killing her unborn child in the process. After this, he then marched upstairs, found John Paul in the bathroom, and murdered him too. Damien then murdered Connie before attacking, abusing, and murdering Lacey. Disgustingly, autopsy reports suggest that this abuse occurred more than once throughout the night. And to make matters even worse, he positioned a mirror in the room so he could watch himself do it. By 6 a.m. the following morning, he had grabbed John Paul's Xbox and left the property, hoping to sell it in exchange for more drugs. During this time frame, phone records show that he once again tried to contact his dealer. Damien then phoned a cab driver,
It's fucking crazy.
to arrive, and made his way to the dealer. And when he was asked by the cab driver how his evening was going, he said, "Not too bad, a bit mad." A surveillance camera captured him walking around the streets of Sheffield with an Xbox in hand. Shortly after this, he then returned home. After arriving back at Chandov's
Fuck do I get out?
he called his mother for a conversation while going to a convenience store. And surveillance cameras located inside the store showed him buying a pack of cigarettes with blood clearly visible on his hands. He then returned home, weakly attempted to take his own life with a bread knife, and then died.
There we go.
And while on the phone to emergency services, he said, "The whole house is covered in claret. I used a hammer. Obviously, I'm going to prison because I murdered 4 people. I bet you don't get 4 murders in Killamarsh." The whole then returned home, weakly attempted to take his own life with a bread knife, and then dialed 999. And while on the phone to emergency services, he said, "The whole house is covered in claret. I used a hammer. Obviously, I'm going to prison because I murdered 4 people. I bet you don't get 4 murders in Killamarsh, do you?" And as we know, that is when officers intervened at the property. I hate to say it, but I told you that this story would get much worse in detail. And if you already think that Damien is a twisted man, well...
Hold on. Let me see. I should go pee. I should. Okay, hold on. Ooh, damn now. I'm fucking cold. What the fuck is wrong with me? Seriously. I have a fucking problem. I'm surprised no one tried to fucking hurt me. Okay. Let me listen to this. Alright, so did you kill anybody? Leave your fucking corpse.
Oh God! Do you really have to do that in front of me? All this walking's wearing me out.
Wait. Come here, girl.
Look alive.
Oh, sure. Make me carry more of your junk.
Kentucky versus Tiffany Lucas. This is case number 23CR404. This is Lucas. Over here. Today to review the status of her attorney. What we're doing, ma'am, is just making sure you make contact with your lawyer.
Alright, of course I guess.
Richard Lonzak, Department of Public Advocacy.
Okay, good.
On behalf of Ms. Lucas.
Fuck.
We would like the opportunity at this time to formally request discovery in the case. We've got no objection to any reciprocal discovery orders. We would ask the court, we did file a
Excuse me. I can rest easy knowing that Wolfgang is rotten in hell. Thank you. Do you need anything?
I've got a few minutes to browse.
All salvage, but nothing's junk.
Commonwealth is certainly on notice at this time of your request. The case was set today to make sure that Ms. Lucas was aware of who her attorney was. Do you have information to give her so that she knows how to contact you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Case is set for March the 18th at 1 o'clock to set for trial. We'll pass it to that date, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, would you write down your name and contact information for the clerk's office?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually,
You've got a card. Yes. Cromwell versus Lee. Have anything or anyone that wants to go first?
No.
I'll start with Bobby. Okay. Tell me, especially for you making such a long trip here, why is it so important for you to be here even for something like this?
Because I just want to make sure that the state or whoever, they know that the boys have somebody speaking for them. And I want her to see my face every time. I want her to see our face every time she come out that courtroom. We're going to be here.
What does that tell her?
That they have somebody fighting for them.
Michelle, same question for you. Just explain to me why it's so important to be here for even something so little like this.
Just to be there for Reese and his brother, and just make sure that, like Bobby said, that she knows that we're here to support him, and we've always been there for him. And she knows what she did, so she knows that we're going to be here and make sure that they get the justice that they deserve.
This is how it's always been. We've always been here. She just didn't want it.
You know, I realized when I looked at the calendar,
it's 2 months.
Today is 2 months exactly. How has your world changed
Alright.
in 2 months? And what do things
Let's double check.
How has it changed? It's changed for me, but how has it changed for my brother? he's their, you know, he's his father. But I was telling Shelly the other day, if I feel the way I feel, I can only imagine what he.
Okay, yeah, this one I want to see. Oh, here. Let's see.
Now to the Courtney Kenny case, Kenny case, which is out of Miami. There's new video of an alleged attack on victim Christian Abumseli. The video was shot in Aspen, Colorado in 2022 and was released by the Haggard law firm, which represents the Abumseli family. Now, this attack happened just before Abumseli was stabbed to death on April 3rd, 2022. And we want to warn you, it can be a bit difficult to watch.
Anyway, you know, like I was sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because I need you. But you're hindering my process. Let go. Come on, boy. Let go. Like, I can't even, like, I was trying to get
Blacksmith.
Christian, he saw me, and I know he's looking.
Science and blacksmith. A little stronger than that. Oh.
Watch those young people struggle. Clenny is being held without bond on a second-degree murder charge. The OnlyFans model's attorney says Abumseli was stabbed in self-defense because Clenny was a victim of domestic violence. Prosecutors claim Clenny was the abuser. conflict relationship between Abu Seli and Courtney Clenny. Evidence exists that Abu Seli physically abused Courtney on prior occasions, and on April 3rd, 2022, Courtney was forced to defend herself from Abu Seli's physical attack. All right, the defense there trying to turn it around. Those are two criminal defense attorneys, Marie Peretta and Marsha Minot. Marsha, I'm going to start with you, and I just want to get your reaction to that video. Again, I just find it so hard to watch. I mean, you see two young people, particularly Courtney, seems to have some self-esteem issues. This sort of same issues seem to be coming up in many of the videos and tapes that we see.
This is gonna be fun!
I think this is a toxic relationship where it's disheartening to watch because it seems as if no one around this couple did anything to intervene
Must be getting jumpy.
to try to get some help because it is a train
Think you can hide?
waiting to happen. It
fun?
sounds as if there are other individuals
Spread out! Find her!
in the facility where they were having this argument.
Ah!
It sounds as if there's a self-esteem issue going on with her. She is physically him, and you can see that. I think there are times where he was
Hold
trying
up.
to hold her to
You
keep
hear
her
that?
or to get her to calm down. But it sounds as if he was defending even
Well,
the
that was a whole lot of nothing.
But for other
Hang in there. I'm on it.
person who I saw in some of this video footage did not have done anything, did not have seen this escalating to a place where somebody was going to get hurt, whether him or her. It's disheartening.
We being followed.
Over here! Over here!
Show restraint on a number of the videos that we've seen. Now, this was released with a statement by the family attorney as well, saying basically that the videos, it's a clear example of how
Is this a joke? This has to be.
violence and did nothing. They could have prevented the death.
Put the floor with you.
Come on, girl. Incident. What do you make of it? And I'm talking specifically about as evidence. A, can it come in?
Got my damn leg.
Again, the prosecution trying to show there was this pattern. Will it come in, and what does it really show?
It shows, like Marsha says, toxicity and is painful to watch. And yes, it may come in if her defense is self-defense. And if she's saying she was afraid of him. So these videos are clearly going to show how afraid of him were you when you were willingly attacking him and he
Found you again. Alrighty, now we're having fun.
difference is evident and he could have
Swore I heard something.
But I think with her, it's
Damn it. Blood on me boots.
and domestic violence goes both ways. A little tiny girl could murder a big grown man, as evident here. But I want to say his attorneys need to stop leaking these tapes. Let the DA do their job, because putting out these tapes against her is not helping the situation. It's going to taint a jury pool. It's going to give defense an argument that she can't get a fair trial. They need to just stop doing this right now. Stop leaking these tapes. Let the system do its job.
That's an interesting point, Marsha. I want you to comment on that as well. They're obviously trying to get ahead of this thing, put out information. They're also suing the building where the actual death and the stabbing happened. And you can tell by their statement, they're sort of setting that up, that folks were aware of it and didn't do anything. Security there knew of it, again, because of this issue with male domestic violence and being victims of domestic violence. But your thoughts on why they would release this tape, and is it problematic for them?
I think the reason that they're releasing this tape is because we have a racial component, which is the pink elephant in the room. You have a young white female who killed a young black male. And when you say the word self-defense, the first thing that comes into mind is the woman is defending herself because she is the sex. So
that must have hurt.
Of the family to say, you are tainting this jury pool by calling her a victim, by saying she was defending herself, and by defense counsel constantly alleging that he's been a domestic abuser. So it's a battle of the public opinion, and that's why I think the motive behind them releasing these videos is what's happening.
Yeah, and basically her story that she told police, Abu Seli grabbed her by the throat, threw her to the ground, she got away,
This better be
grabbed
worth
a knife,
it.
threw that
Go check that out.
him, and that's how he ended up
bobby
with the knife
pins.
inside.
Have
Doesn't
any
match
on
up
you?
with the forensics, so there's problems there as well. This one is going to be interesting. All right, ladies, stand by. Folks, coming up tomorrow morning on Opening Statements with Julie Grant, one of Clenny's
seemed to be a happy marriage, at least when it started. But in recent
Lock's really strong.
Hey, what you need?
Check it out.
She wanted to leave him, but
I'm out of bobby pins. Have any on you?
he tried to control her with
Hey.
with everything, you know. Where she would go, what she would do.
Earlier this month, Teresa filed for a temporary restraining order.
The victim in this case, Teresa, was doing what she needed to
Hey.
do to stay safe.
What is it?
She was
Take a
taking
look.
steps that we would ask her or anyone would say
I'll get
to
it
her
done.
to take.
In court documents, Teresa described terrifying behavior.
Looks doable. I'll give it a try.
Jason continued to make threats of killing himself.
Ah, so close. Guess I'm getting rusty. That was easy. How about a challenge next time?
That's crazy.
Me and scaring me.
They try and take control over the situation through fear, intimidation, and this is what this man did.
But Teresa also said the TRO wasn't to punish him, saying, quote, I'm doing this to protect myself, my children, and to hopefully get him the help he needs.
Oh shit.
She wanted marriage counseling and he never let go.
I thought that there was a and now to hear this, my heart breaks.
Jason Cachuelo's attorney last saw both of them at a court hearing on Wednesday, in which Jason was granted visitation rights to their 8-year-old daughter every other weekend, starting
Yes.
Whether it's just another day of the week. It's so hard.
Back at the gear.
Witnesses say Jason shot Teresa in front of their
Tucker.
daughter.
I'll do that.
Hold
She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe her mom is gone.
Hear that?
This abuser in this case took not only the ultimate control over the life of the victim over Teresa, then took the life of his life as the ultimate form of control.
Never saw this coming. I've been doing this a long time.
Witnesses say Jason shot Teresa.
Don't leave
in
anything
front of their
behind that
daughter.
might be useful.
She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe her mom is gone. I don't believe it.
This abuser in this case took not only the ultimate control over the life of the victim over Teresa, but he then took the life, his own life as the ultimate form of control.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
Yeah, fucking sad. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, Taro, I guess. I'm running out. I'm running out of shit to watch. I don't care about readings. That's the last thing I care about. I love readings. I don't care. No one loves me. It's my daughter. So, my beautiful lady. I don't care. Fucking care. Okay, okay. Let's go with you, because I always listen to you. Let's go. And then we start looking through shit. All the way down there. Oh, there's a fucking death call down there. Fuck. Now I know. There's a fucking death call down there.
Welcome to Dove and Serpent Tarot. My name is Paul. If Scorpio is your sun, moon, or rising sign, this is your reading. Please hit the like button, leave a comment. Consider subscribing to the channel, especially if this reading resonates with you. It's totally free. It doesn't cost you anything. If there's anything you want me to pray over, or meditate upon, or send positive energy toward, please let me know. Now, this is going to be a general reading, so try to be open and receptive to whatever may come through during our time together. I am merely a messenger, and I ask you to connect directly with each of these cards. Use your own intuition to take you beyond the details that I might provide. And remember, Scorpio, that the most important part of any tarot reading is you. And here we have a Prince of Wands. That's a very committed energy. That's very fixed in this consciousness, in this attention, in this purpose. I think that is you. I think that you have this intensity about you. And it's kind of like no matter what happens, you're not moving from this attention, from this ambition, from this
Fuck, I have to do everything again.
From this will. Right?
Shit.
Let's put it into some context. Let's see what else might be going on here. We got a 10 of swords, an ace, an ace of cups too. The 10 of swords is interesting because I kind of wonder if that's like, you know, if everything is crumbling around you and you're still focused on your will, on your, from this attention, from this ambition.
What the hell was that?
From this will. Right? Let's put it into some context. Let's see what else might be going on here. We got a 10 of swords, an ace.
Nothing there now.
Cups too. The 10 of swords is interesting because I kind of wonder if that's like, you know, if everything is crumbling around you and you're still focused on your will, on your, you know, your path.
Whoa,
Hear me?
4 of Pentacles, we have the Star card. We have the 6. Oh, this is nice. And a 7 of Wands, alright. And we've got a Prince of Cups now. And an 8 of Cups. Very interesting. Especially with the two princes here. I wonder if there is a younger male energy in your life. Someone that is
I don't get anything you're saying. Beautiful. Fuck you.
Gonna use you to scrape the mud off my boots.
Ain't personal. Just you or me.
Fuck are you?
Shit.
Hello, Scorpio.
Lost.
Welcome to Top and Serpent Tarot. My name is Paul. If Scorpio is your sun, moon, or rising sign,
That? It's called fear.
please hit the like button, leave a comment. Consider subscribing to the channel, especially if this reading resonates with you. It doesn't cost you anything. If there's anything you want me to pray over, or meditate upon, or send positive energy to, please let me know. Now, this is going to be a general reading, so we'll try to be open and receptive to whatever may come through during our time together. I am merely the messenger, and I ask you to connect directly with each of these cards. Use your own intuition to take you beyond the details that I might provide. And remember, Scorpio, that the most important part of any tarot reading is you. And here we have a Prince of Wands. That's a very committed energy. That's very fixed in this consciousness, in this attention, in this purpose. I think that is you. I think that you have this intensity about you. And it's kind of like no matter what happens, you're not moving from this attention, from this ambition, from this commitment, from this will. Right? Let's put it into some context. Let's see what else might be going on. We got a 10 of swords, an ace of cups too. The 10 of swords is interesting because I kind of wonder if that's like
No way I can pick this.
around you and you're still
Hey, yeah?
focused on your will, on your
Aw. And here I thought you wanted to snuggle.
You got that ace now. Look at that. 2 aces. Ace, fire, and water. 4 of pentacles. We have the star card. We have the 6. Oh, this is nice. And a 7 of wands. All right.
Quit playing games and come out where I can see you.
Eight of cups. Very interesting here, especially with the two princes here. I wonder if there is a younger male energy in your life. Someone. that
Hey,
is-
Point out
go
what
check
you
that
need and I'll
out.
get right on. Will do.
that might
Looks
be,
doable. I'll give it a try.
It might be an Aquarius, maybe. But I feel
Oh
like it's
yeah.
somebody that
I
is,
love that click. Lock's open.
Maybe not too much younger. I feel like kind of a contemporary. But I feel like there is
Something's
this kind
ghosting us.
You almost know that it's almost oil and water kind of thing.
You still alive? Christ.
Could be somebody else. I feel like there's
Is that all you've got?
in your life, and I kind of feel like you're all this fiery ambition, and it's almost as if they kind of the obstacle really is to kind of bring them up, raise them up to. I almost wonder if this person, and I don't read other people, okay? If this is a living person, I'm not going to see so much into their energy, and because you can just go talk to them, right? But I feel as if this person is kind of a draw. I feel like they're kind of water in different directions.
Who's there?
And there's this feeling almost as if their moods sometimes bring you down. And what we're trying to do now
Hey,
with your
shoot him! Shoot him all!
is you're trying to
Hold up. You hear that?
something like that for some
Having fun, huh? I'm not wiping the floor with you.
bonus card, confirmation cards, one random card from the Smith Wade Tarot. We're just going to send down over here with my alien, Simon Moore Ripley. And we're not going to look at that card until the very end, but it will tie.
I've done this hundreds of
Release
times.
the confirmation.
Think you'll be any different?
If at any point during the reading you feel like you know what that card is, I want you to put your prediction down in the comments. All right, let's do it together. Let's make it a group exercise. An intuition.
Hey,
This better be worth it.
check it out.
The only
I'll get
major
it done.
card we
Just
have,
give up.
obviously, is this star card. Okay, and the star card I think really is
All right. I think I can handle it. Sometime, asshole.
Wait, come again? You mean like his fighting teacher?
Yes, that's right.
So you're even stronger than the Destroyer?
Oh, I don't know about that.
You're even stronger than the Destroyer?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, all I know is I'm hungry.
Ah, Jesus Christ, it's weird. It's fucking weird. My phone is so dry. I guess that's life in Japan.
This is kind of like what is.
Aw, man, come back! I was having fun.
Almost had it that time.
I think this is motivating.
Damn!
Stars
This lock's pissing me off.
is leading
There you go.
somewhere.
Nothing to it.
I think this
Only
is
a
kind of
fucking
like
coward
this is the
hide.
universe saying, "Follow me, follow this path." Yeah, and I feel like you were doing that with commitment, even if it means that, oil.
Oh, I know you're here.
If it means that the fire and the water energy have to kind of go apart. All right, I'm not predicting
No sign of
any
him
kind
now.
breakup or a loss or anything like that. I don't do prediction tarot really very much. Sometimes I do, but to me this kind of feels like you are following this path no matter what. And I said that at the beginning.
This
The
is
world can be crumbling
bullshit.
around you. You're sticking to this path. There is this certainty, right? And I think now with the Prince of Wands, you're somebody that when you feel this, there's no stopping you. You have that intensity kind of built into you. You're somebody that if you feel it, you commit to it. Nothing is going to change that. Okay, nothing is going to change that. I feel in this situation you're kind of being pulled apart because there's this you're refusing to move off this course. That there are now these two kind of forces.
If I go down there, I'm fucked. If the death goes down there. I know he's down there. I should save it just so I fucking die. Just throw him on. See if he comes out.
limbs off.
We've got air and air, and we've got our earth, and we've got our major arcana. So if we're looking at that, I counted it, right? Fire, fire, fire.
Now you're starting to piss me.
No, don't fucking save it. No.
Helpers. So it feels to me there is this kind of there is a balance there, and maybe that balance is the key.
Ten days is 1 week. It's 2 weeks.
Okay, because maybe this isn't that you're being pulled in two directions. Maybe this is a way for you to really kind of have your cake and eat it too, right? Maybe this is you taking what this intense, like almost a career ambition, and then this watery stuff, this maybe personal kind of ambition. You know, maybe you're able to really love both.
Come on.
And maybe the problem, and this is my problem too, when I started this, was thinking that there's going to
Hey,
be this choice,
what is
and there's
it?
going to be this
Over here.
Will do. There was. And maybe we felt like this is
Very
something
funny.
that is,
And how exactly am I supposed to get there, genius?
it's kind of
See if he had anything worth taking.
Yep, I've got it.
you're going to get neither of them. Right? And that's what we're worried about. That's this Ten of Swords, thinking things are crumbling around me, and I have to pick a path. I have to kind of get out of the way.
Hey,
Point
head
out
over
the
there.
lead and I'll get right on it.
Right? We feel so intensely.
Hey.
No problem.
And then we almost have identical
Go there.
words in fire
I'm
and
on it,
water, right?
Captain.
The only difference really is between the Seven of Wands and the Eight of Cups. That's the only difference. Otherwise, we've got the Princes, we've got the Aces. Yeah. Very,
Hey.
very interesting.
Need something?
Move here.
I think
I'll get it done.
really talking about here is a way that we can have both. And I really do feel that this is kind of two things that you equally want. It could be professional, it could be personal. It could be this idea of you want kind of creative freedom, but you want maybe romance,
Heads up.
maybe family,
What you need?
You know, whatever it might be.
Here.
Yep, I've got it.
There is fun. Only difference. Otherwise, we've got the Princes, we've got the Aces. Yeah, very, very interesting. But I think what we're really talking about here is a way that we can have both. And I really do feel that this is kind of two things that you equally want. It could be professional, it could be personal. It could be this idea of you want kind of creative freedom, but you want maybe romance, maybe family, you know, whatever it might be.
Whoa, whoa. You hear that?
And I think you'll find a way to blend them together. Oh, shit. Not creating You're finding a way to live in harmony with your fire and your water. Maybe, and really, it could be kind of you and another person. We could still have that kind of contemporary male energy. And you're like oil and water. And you're like fire and water. But you're finding a way to be in harmony. It could be you and the boss. It could be you and the company itself, right? It's two things that really should be. You're finding a way. Right? And that's the sixth. The Four of Pentacles that we see in the past position. I think that this is the fours represent stability.
Hey, this better be worth it.
It's a stability.
Head over there.
I'll get it done.
Temporary. The fours usually mean that something needs to change. Right? This is someone that's kind of feels like they have to go down with the ship. You know?
Hey.
It's like you're
What
in
is
this
it?
structure and the whole world
Go
is
there.
crumbling around
Yep,
you.
I've got it.
It's gonna come down right on top of you. Right? So this is the feeling that something has to change, but we're almost not wanting to. This is like you could get in the
Hey,
rescue boat with
yeah,
the rest of the
there.
sailors,
No
but
problem.
you're choosing to go down with the ship. We've seen that in movies all the time, right? stuck between a rock and a hard place. It feels like there's no solution.
Hey,
But there is.
go check that out.
No way out. Feels like you're in a really tight spot. Right? Just like that move, like, oh brother, where art thou? In a tight spot. There's a way out. It may not really seem that way at the beginning. You may not quite understand how this is going to work out so well. But you don't have to.
Hey.
You just
Need
have
something?
to follow this story.
Move out.
I'm on it, Captain.
Okay. So we think that, but there's a way out. It may not really seem that way at the beginning.
Heads up.
You may not
Sure,
quite
sure.
understand
Just keep your
how
shirt
this
on.
is going to work out so well.
Over
You
here.
have to.
Yep,
You
I've
just
got it.
have to follow this star. Okay. So we think that, it's inevitable that things are just going to completely get destroyed. No, follow that synchronicity. It's like one of those movies, I can't think of which one, but there's someone's in a very tight spot, very bad situation, and there's just a little mouse that kind of looks up at them and says, hey, come this way.
Holy shite! Death Claw!
If a mouse was waving at me like that, I'd see that. So the star card is those kinds of synchronicities, those things that are out of place, those things that shouldn't be there. You know, take 2 steps out the door, turn right, duck, walk 3 steps, jump, and whatever it was. All right, I mean, I'll do it because this is really weird. And, we don't ignore those sorts of things. These are those signs and symbols and synchronicities that we can't ignore. Okay? Because it is spirit pulling you, showing you the way. It is when the path just somehow, there's a little light that shines on it. That's where you need to walk. And sometimes, like Indiana Jones,
I'm gonna rip your lips off! Oh! Me goddamn shot!
Motherfucker.
At least drop something.
The sand, and it reveals that there are actually steps there, which you wouldn't have seen otherwise, right? So it's this idea that we have to make the first gesture. We have to show the universe that we are willing to try the unconventional here. All right? And I don't know if this is a relationship. I don't know if this is work or business or family. I know that you're between 2 worlds here. You're between this rock and this hard place. Okay? You're between fire and then really. Okay? Where do we go? Maybe the starlight's telling us we go up. Yeah, maybe we have to ascend and rise above this duality to get to this success, to get to whatever future it is that we want.
No.
Where are you? Right, that's a good question.
Sorry. Fucking sorry.
Stop being nice with girls. It doesn't attract them. I used to be.
The aces, though. The aces are telling me that it's maybe for some of you, you're right at the cusp of success in these kind of 2 different things. That you've put, it seems like there's been a lot of effort in both kind of areas. And maybe the fire is what you're kind of consciously doing day to day, but the water is something that's more internal. It's something that you've kind of been doing beneath the surface. And it could be your conscious, everyday, waking life. It could be
I can wait all bastards!
these kinds of
Damn it!
I'm giving a few examples.
Hang in there. I'm on it.
But I feel like these are 2 commitments. And it's kind of this thing, how do you fulfill that obligation to 2 different things? Yeah. I think the stars are right. I think that you have spiritual, not a ball, days to a couple weeks, right? Look for that eagle or hawk imagery. Look
Hey,
for
this
those
better be
head over
worth
there.
it.
the weird places, you know.
Go there.
Places that
I'll get
you
it
kinda
done.
wouldn't expect them to be. And those might be part of your
I'm gonna rip those claws off with me bare hands.
looking for some information in your choice, which way to go. Looking for something there that will give you a clue that will help you. And maybe a lot of you, maybe this is your first few tarot readings that you've watched, right? Maybe you're not a regular here. Because I feel like this fire and water tension is really significant, and we start looking for unconventional ways to get through it. Right? We start looking for signs and symbols and omens. We start trying our hand at tarot, at I Ching, at geomancy, at pendulum, tea leaf readings. My wife does tea leaf readings. She is over at Oolong tea leaf readings. So go check out a tea leaf reading, right? She does really, really marvelous work over there. But I feel like the name of the game is looking for those solutions
Get
in
up.
unconventional places. Yeah.
Hey,
Because
there.
Yep, I've got it.
tells us the house is coming down and you need a big fire or water. If let's say, not to be too straight,
Fuck you.
Let's not even better.
What I wouldn't give for a good stiff drink.
Let's go to the path of the serpent. And as we do this, I'd like to ask for your subscription. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's totally free. Doesn't cost you anything. And it helps out the channel, and I really do appreciate that. Okay. The Six of Swords, to me, that is finding the solution. The Six of Swords, to me, is the science of the unconventional. It is the magic that we feel with the star card that now we're starting to kind of live in harmony. We maybe don't know how it works, tarot, astrology, geomancy, Jing, but we are consulting and we are open. We don't know how synchronicity works, but we're there. We're going to be, you know, we're going to do what we can with it and try to be in harmony with that. Okay, the Six of Swords is also the reconciliation, I think, of the heart and the mind. Okay, of our thinking and our feeling. And I think that when we have this kind of internal harmony, it really helps us with the external harmony. When we know that what we think and what we feel, while those two parts of ourselves may not always agree with each other, they're us, right? They are an aspect of us, and we need to find a way to make that
Oh,
alliance.
bitch.
Yeah. We need to know how we feel, we need to know what we believe, and that helps us to go boldly into the future. It helps us to trust the star card, right? Trust that starlight, you know? And to take that leap of faith, to take that kind of, that jump into the unconventional solutions of problems right now, okay? This is a lot of harmony of mind there. I also feel that there is a spirit showing me a rosary.
Hey,
kind of
yeah?
thing. I don't know if it's something that you hold on to.
Time to trade a few
If
things.
it's something that you recently have acquired. I don't feel like it's really been around a long time. I feel like it's one of those things that we buy and we just kind of look at it and we think, how does it work? Where are the instructions here? What am I supposed to do with it? You know, and I think that it's similar to if we were to buy a piece of jade and we think, okay, this is gonna give me luck and prosperity, right? I don't know how it works, but I'm gonna hold on to it
No.
really tightly and keep it in my pocket. Might be a jade rosary or a jade crucifix or something, because I feel like it's very ornate. I don't feel like it's something you wear. I feel like it's something you have maybe around your wrist that you're holding. And I think it represents that kind of faith in something that we don't quite understand, but we need that right now, you know. And it's never too late to approach these kinds of divine forces. You know, we may think, well, you know, I haven't had a relationship with the divine before, but now I'm in this big problem. Now I'm going to start praying. That's okay. right? Better late than never. So we can come to these more unconventional solutions to our problems at any time in our lives. We don't have to feel guilty that we never thought about tarot or geomancy until now. We don't have to feel guilty that we never cast an I Ching hexagram until now, as a matter of fact. Let's do that now. Yeah. I've got these 64 I Ching cards, which these hexagrams encapsulate the wisdom of the ancient Chinese sages and their connection to Source. And this is not the conventional way of casting a hexagram for the I Ching, but we're doing the unconventional way. So this is going to be one random I Ching card to offer us some sort of guidance, right? Some sort of guidance. Let's see. That's the one, Earth.
That's it.
I know where this one's going. Earth. This one is talking about us following our star, following this starlight. Though we don't understand it, we have to be guided, right? This is number 2, Earth.
Only thing better than getting pissed is picking a fight. Am I right?
Source, creating success. The constancy of a mare bears fruit. A noble one has a direction to go. At first confusion, later gains a master. Peaceful constancy brings good fortune. The peaceful constancy is this, harmony, 6 of Swords. At first confusion, right? We've got that 4, we don't want things to change, but it's crumbling around us something. We can't stay where we're at, right? The peaceful constancy is the 6 of Swords. Gains a master, the universe, right? Spirit. Partners with creative force in the flow of creation. See, that's what we're always talking about here, is how do we get in harmony? How do we become partners with change, right? Well, it's not by resisting the flow of creation, but by being partnered, by living in harmony with it, right? When you have a mayor's constancy, you will be steadily loyal to the truth and action. The noble one has a direction in mind, but not the route planned out. At first, there are many possibilities, but once you begin, guidance and signs can be received to light your way. How are you being guided? How can you lend your strength? Well, this is exactly what we were talking about with the star card. It is very uncanny how the I Ching is always on the nose. Really, truly is. It amazes me every time. I don't know how it works, but I love it. Okay. So this is those signs, the guidance that light our way. Okay, now we're going to move to the path of the serpent. And as I do this, I'd like to ask for your subscription. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Totally free. I know I said that already, but we kind of went backwards, right? So, the Seven of Wands, we're struggling. It's in the position of the environment. We are kind of resisting that change. We feel as if, yes, we have this guidance, but...
I'm okay, and you?
I don't understand it. Sometimes we get out of phase. We're in this harmony. We're in this, what do they call it? We're in this peaceful constancy, but it's not always peaceful constancy. Anytime we're in harmony, the struggle is to maintain that. Things start separating. No, we gotta bring it back. Things start separating. We gotta bring it back. That's the Seven of Wands. Okay. And the Seven of Wands is our efforts. It is an impossible task to stay as partners with creative force in the flow of creation, right? It's impossible to stay in harmony. That is the highest attainment. The best we can do is to bring ourselves back when we start getting off course. When we start getting
going down.
Bring it back. And I think this feels, and sometimes like
ground floor
against us. Like this universe, this spirit, this star is showing me the way.
Going up.
Why is it gotta be a struggle? I don't have the answer to that.
6th floor.
But I do see that living in harmony with the universe, it is a struggle. It's a struggle not only with, kind of bringing our mind back to the harmony with our guidance, right? But also bringing the harmony back to our heart. Here's the Eight of Cups, glass half full, glass half empty. Right? This is that loss of hope. And I think that as we get further away from the Six, from that harmony, we get
Feeling nostalgic or something?
we feel
Could
like
always
we're
get some
getting
cat
further
for that,
and
I
further
suppose.
out of harmony. At first, it's just this out of harmony that says, I can bring it back. But then we start kind of drifting a little bit further, and now we're just like, I think I'm lost again. This is why I think it's very important for us to maintain this connection with this star. The star is the only major arcana card that we have here. Okay. This is the important thing. This is where it's at. Let's look at the mystery card though. Let's see if this offers us maybe some more harmony. Maybe we get another 6. Yeah, maybe a 6 of Cups to bring this one back. If you have a prediction, put it down in the comments. Otherwise, we have that. We started with the 10 of Swords, right? These things are just as bad as they can get. Things are just crashing down around me. What if they get rebuilt? What if this is, what if it's a 10 of Cups? Right? Instead of a 10 of Swords, we get a 10 of Cups. That would solve our Cups problem over here, and that would solve this 10 that we've got over here. So that's my prediction. Let's see what we have. 10 of Cups. Beautiful.
read it. Yeah, I'll read it later. I don't wanna. Hold on. Alright, let's go. Sorry, guys. Interesting article about fucking planes crashing.
This, I think, is the, in some ways, the motivation for us to stay in harmony with the universe, right? To keep following our guiding star here. Because it's leading us to more than we ever dreamed of. This is picture perfect happiness. This is a life that we literally couldn't dream of. This is more than we would ever expect. This is the picture perfect life. This is the dream come true. This is the absolute happiness, more than we could ever ask for. And I think this is, we have to trust that this is where the universe wants us to be, and this is where the universe is taking us, even if we don't always understand why or how, even if we don't always harmonize or resonate with the universe, and even if we sometimes feel that this is not true, we still have this kind of certainty and conviction that this is where the universe wants us. We don't always feel it, we don't always think it, we don't always, like, you know, live as partners with that flow of creation. But deep down we know this is where we're going. This is beautiful, beautiful energy. Now, we're going to do an extended reading as well. If you want to stick around for that, click on the link that should be in the corner here or down in the video description. New readings for Scorpio every Wednesday and Saturday.
Oh, God. Do you really have to do that in front of me?
I'm here every day. Come on back, see me.
Anything else? Anything else to listen to? Yeah, fucking children die. That's so sad. Should be locked up for a long time. Oh, I'm curious. Okay. Okay. That's fucking creepy. That's fucking creepy. Alright, I want to hear this one. Then we keep playing. That's it, right? That's it. I can't. Oh, that's gross. But it's just a game. It still bothered me.
Can't wait to get out of this goddamn heat.
A few months back, I did a video about some of the downfalls of buying a condo in Thailand, some things that can happen, some negative things. And while doing research on that, I came across a story, probably the most horrendous story I've ever heard, ever, about a guy getting screwed over, bought land and property in Thailand. In this video, I'm gonna share his story. What's up, guys? It's Green. Back here in Michigan, last night, I screwed up. I had a craving for Detroit pizza. Jets. Jets is an awesome Detroit pizza. And I just wanted to have 2 slices. I ended up having 5 slices. So today, I gotta go on like a super long walk. I gotta go on like a marathon walk. So figured a perfect time to share the story with you guys. So where am I at? I'm in Michigan. I'm not gonna tell you guys specifically my neighborhood or where I live. I don't know. You call this a neighborhood? In the neighborhood, what do I see? Where are my neighbors in the neighborhood here? Well, I just saw a turkey walking. Seen tons of deer, turkey vulture, lots of birds flying around, squirrels. Haven't seen
Kate, where the fuck are
I
you?
just saw some Canadian geese. So yeah, I just walked a turkey and a couple Canadian geese I saw. I was hoping
Kate.
catch a deer over here on the roadway and show it to
The
you.
fuck,
I
Kate?
saw one behind my house. I have 2 behind my house the other day to show you those. The turkey vultures. I love the wilderness here. It's great. You know, that's one thing I miss about Michigan when I'm living in Thailand. It's just, you know, the spring and the fall are my 2 favorites. If I can come to Michigan for like 1 month in the spring and 1 month in the fall, and then just, you know, deal with the animals, the fresh air and everything, that'd be perfect. But as you can see, as far as living life out here, if you're not a farmer or something, it's pretty boring. Even the cities, I mean, I don't, U.S., too much danger, too many people getting shot. I don't want to be in a big city or nothing. I like it out here in the country, and it's great in the summer. I got lakes all around here. I go on, I used to have a boat, but now I just go on my friend's boat. Whatever. So, not too bad, not too shabby. A little break from Thailand, get some fresh air, see wildlife. This is the story of Ian Rance.
Kate.
Ian was a British national that took all of his wealth and moved to Thailand to live the dream. And he found the right place. He moved to
Hey.
Phuket.
What you need?
Grab that.
Will do.
I love Phuket. Don't you guys love Phuket? Anyways, shortly thereafter, Ian met the love of his life, Suda. Suda was a Thai national that he met in Phuket, and they got married and had 3 kids. 3 kids. So Ian
I got time to chat. What's on your mind?
decided that Thailand's his new home. That's
Hey.
Oh, sure. Make me carry more of your junk.
called the Thai Elite Visa. Mind you, this is in the early 2000s. This is like the beginning of the Thai Elite Visa. And one of the strategies, one of their, they call it schemes here, the scheme was going to be to let foreign nationals buy property in Thailand.
Fuck.
In the last 4 years since I've been living in Thailand, I've heard this numerous times that they're going to start doing it. Well, they never do. You know, it's always a scheme that never comes to fruition. For whatever reason, Ian works out. It just doesn't happen. So he's got all this stuff. Now he's got to go to planning.
Going down.
He opens a corporation. And, yeah, I'm sure Suda's in the corporation. And he's
Ground floor.
He opens a company, and he's the director, so you know. And I'm the director.
Shit.
No problem. You know, what could go wrong? You talk to attorneys there. Everybody said, no, you're in the company, you're the director. Nothing can go wrong. There was one thing he did do is he put one of the houses in his wife's name, the house that they lived in, and she wrote him a 30-year lease, and, you know, everything's registered with the landowners, so everything's good to go. He's got no worries, you know, 30 years of whatever. No worries. He's married, to the wife. He's got 3 kids now. What the hell? So, like I said, the story started 2000, he moved there. 2001, he's, you know, starting to get this visa, whatever. And 2008, unbeknownst to him, Suda got in debt. She borrowed some money to send money to her family up north or wherever. Take a break in the story right now for 1 second. Just want to give you guys a second. If you wouldn't mind, do me a favor and subscribing to the channel and giving this video a like.
Sure.
It really helps the algorithm. I'm trying to grow the channel. You guys know I'm trying to grow it organically by people watching, liking, not buying views or, you know, whatever people may do. Pisses me off a little bit when I see some channels that nobody's watching the video and they seem to get a bazillion subscribers, and poor old Greenie just working his way up at a snail's pace. You guys feel sorry for me, don't you? So if you can subscribe and like it, doesn't cost you a penny. It would really help me out. It actually boosts the video when these things happen on a specific video. I appreciate it. All right, back to the story. She started scheming. She schemed on Ian. What she did was she forged his name on all kinds of documents. She got a power of attorney that she forged his name. All types of fraud like that. And she actually took some things that needed to be notarized into a Thai attorney in Phuket, and the guy notarized it without Ian actually being there, which is just notarized the signature that she forged and took in. So total bullshit, but you know, for the right price, I guess things can happen. Eventually, Suda takes off and disappears, and Ian's left. He's stuck with the 3 boys, or he's stuck with the 3 children. I don't remember if they're boys, girls, whatever. And she's gone. And next thing you know, there's guys coming to the house telling him, hey, you don't own this anymore. You got to get out, or we're gonna hurt you. And out of nowhere, Suda calls them and says, hey, these guys are gonna kidnap the kids. They're gonna hurt you guys. You need to get out of there. And you know, at this point, Ian discovers what happened. You know, he's out.
Sure, just keep your shirt on.
I can rest easy knowing that Wolfgang is rotten in hell. Thank you. Do you need anything?
Let's see what you got.
It's all worth every cap I'm charging.
People in Thailand, you pay or you get hurt, or your family gets hurt. So that's what happened. So Ian got pretty nervous and he fled to Bangkok. And he hired attorneys. Over the time that this was adjudicated, which this whole story, mind you, is like a 15-year story. I mean, this goes on and on. It gets crazy. You're not gonna believe what can actually happen in Thailand. He hires an attorney. He ends up spending about $300,000 in attorney fees, trying to recover his property, recover his money. You know, he hires an attorney. He ends up spending about $300,000 in attorney fees, trying to recover his property, recover his money. You know, prosecute people. He made police reports, this and that. He ended up going back down to Phuket to proceed with all this. And one of the parties that he was going after made a police report of perjury against him. And the authorities actually took his passport, and so he was stuck in Phuket with no passport, no ID. You know, I don't know if he had a government ID too, but obviously your passport's the most important thing. He's stuck there. Now he's fearing that he's going to be going to jail after he's already out $1.5 million. His wife's gone, and he's taking care of 3 children in Thailand. And he's destitute. You know, he's going broke. He spent $300,000 on attorney fees. U.S., not Thai baht. I'm talking U.S. dollars. So eventually, the matter of perjury gets cleared up. He's cleared. He's not having any luck recovering his funds or anything. Eventually, they tracked down Suda, and she did get arrested, and she spent 4 years in prison in Thailand. So, out of all the people, she was the only one that was held a little bit accountable. But all the people that actually got the properties and got everything from her for dirt cheap, nothing happened to them. The story gets worse. Check this out. A reporter from the BBC finds out about this and writes a story and does research, obviously. You know, BBC is a,
Heads up.
Aw. And here I thought you wanted to snuggle.
Probably was 20 years ago anyways. He does this investigation, writes an article, names people's names, this and that, and somebody...
Hey, I got a store to run here. You gonna buy?
So now Ian and this reporter from the BBC are being charged with defamation. There's civil penalties, criminal
Let's see what you
penalties.
have.
A little bit of everything.
They're totally worried. You know, this is after everything that happened to this guy, it's like the last slap in the face against him. Well, 2015, the court ruled for Ian and the reporter, and they were let loose. But, you know, this process from 2001 to 2015 of Ian just getting battered, beaten, and abused in Thailand, and out $1.8 million US. Out, gone. So, anyways, I wanted to share that story with you. That's like, out of all the stories I've heard about people losing money, I know people put money down on condos that are being built, and sometimes they're not built. That's a risk you know about going in. But this guy was totally shysted. You know, I don't know if the girl married him, had kids, and knew initially that she was going to do this, but, you know, like I...
It happens to everybody. You should not just get married to random people. You should get to know them first.
What's up?
Now, when you hear this song, what exactly comes to your mind?
Fuck being on some chill shit.
We go 0 to 100, nigga, real quick.
I'm sure you think of classic Drake, a timeless hit and a song that was even nominated for 2 Grammys. But what if I tell you that this song also got Drake slapped? Yeah, cue in Brother Love.
Whatever I want, I'm going to get. Whatever I want, I have to get.
Sounds like Diddy.
When he released this video, he wanted to show everyone a passionate, successful man in his elements. But time has given that video a whole meaning. In fact, you could say that the video has aged like milk, and perspective is a mother effort. But apart from the woman Diddy has been accused of abusing, back in 2014, Drake also made the list of people who have been hit by Diddy. Some headlines say Diddy hit Drake, while other headlines say Diddy punched Drake. One thing is for sure, Diddy did put his hands on Drake, but as usual, Brother Love denied anything like this ever happened at all.
Like, what made you put hands on Drake?
I did not put hands on Drake.
Oh.
And I do not want any problems with Drake.
But whenever something bad is happening or being said about Diddy, you could be rest assured that my man 50 Cent will surely have more details about it.
Puff can't even hear it. I know he can't. He couldn't.
Puff can't hear a hit? That's kind of crazy.
He still hear things from back then, that time.
Oh, got you now.
Right.
Okay. I just
You can't buy it right. You play it for him right now. It's hot. You can't buy it. This is why you fighting Drake. You hit Drake because he used the beat that he didn't actually use.
0 to 100.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So if he heard it and then he heard Drake use it, but it wasn't a hit yet until Drake put the lines on it. And he's upset about that because you can't hear it, but he felt like he took something from him. And he,
50 confirmed that Diddy hit Drake because he felt Drake stole a hit from him. According to 50, unlike the late 90s and early 2000s, Diddy is no longer the guy who could hear a beat and spot a hit. And this is exactly what caused the beef between Diddy and Drake. This beef goes all the way back to 2010. Back in 2010, Drake and Diddy actually got along well together. Diddy featured Drake on the song Loving You No More, which was on Diddy's 2010
Leave that junk behind.
album,
You're just
Bouncing
wasting space.
Drake even brought Diddy and Mace to perform at his 2013 OVO Fest, and he even described performing with Diddy as one of the best nights of his life.
Tonight was like, one of the best nights of my life, man. I got to be an artist and a fan, man. I got to watch like the King do his thing for real, be in his element.
Drake stated that he looks up to Diddy, and you can tell that Diddy is truly one of those artists Drake used to admire when he was a kid.
I was like 9, bro. My uncle spent a grip on the tickets. You know what I'm saying? Because to come see this man, it costs a lot of money.
However, despite this, Drake and Diddy began having issues after performing together at Club Live in Miami back in 2014. During their performance, Drake snatched the mic from Diddy, leaving Brother Love just grabbed it
Going up.
bending down to pick up back in 2014. But however, despite this, Drake and Diddy began having issues after performing together at Club Live in Miami back in 2014. During their performance, Drake snatched the mic from Diddy, leaving Brother Love just grabbed it in the air before bending down to pick up another mic. What makes this funnier and even more interesting is that Drake was actually performing the song Worst Behavior when this happened. So you can say he was truly on his worst behavior and just staying true to the title of the song. I believe this was just in the heat of the moment, and Drake didn't do it intentionally, and he probably didn't even realize he snatched the mic until after the performance or after it already happened. Many people believe that this moment is actually what started the beef between Drake and Diddy. This moment has set the pace for what would end up being a bigger beef, and in a few months, even get quite physical. Drake and Diddy's issues began again because of the beat of the 0 to 100 song. So, producer Frank Dukes, who had worked with Diddy in the past, made the melody to the beat and sent it to another producer, Boy Wonder. Boy Wonder was actually in the studio with Diddy when he got the file from Frank Dukes. Boy Wonder pieced the melody together in the same session and made a complete beat, which is the popular beat that we all know. Boy Wonder offered Diddy the beat, but Brother Love passed on it and said he didn't want it. Diddy then later decided that he did want it. He sent it to Drake to ghostwrite a song for him on the beat, and also include a verse for himself, as Diddy wanted to feature Drake on the same song.
0 to 100 was initially a record that, was my record.
Drake sent you the song. You sent Drake the song for him to get on it for you?
No, for him to ghostwrite it.
After recording the song, Drake sent it to Diddy, but Brother Love wasn't feeling it, so he decided not to use it. This actually proves 50 Cent's point that Diddy can't identify hits for this generation like he used to in the 90s.
Puff can't even hear it. I know he can't. He couldn't.
Puff can't hear a hit. That's kind of crazy.
He still hears it. That's
After Diddy rejected the song, Drake decided to still keep it. Drake then decided to upload the song on SoundCloud and see what comes of it. 0 to 100 blew up almost immediately after it was released. In fact, I think we all agree that 0 to 100 is one of Drake's biggest songs ever. After it was released in July 2014, 0 to 100 ended up becoming not only one of the biggest songs of that year, but many public figures even named it one of the best songs of that year. This track has since been certified platinum, and Drake and D struck gold with it. It had a similar flow to another Drake classic, Started from the Bottom. 0 to 100 was so successful that it was used for commercials, and it even became part of the soundtrack of NBA 2K16. And this same beat that Diddy passed on was also used for the 2014 BET Hip Hop Awards on Stage Cypher. With how successful 0 to 100 became, it's no surprise that Diddy started to feel some kind of way about the whole incident. What makes this worse for Diddy is that 0 to 100 was then nominated for not 1, but 2 Grammys that same year. The song was nominated for Best Rap Performance and Best Rap Song. So Diddy caught a massive L hit. The producer Boy Wonder stated the whole issue was just a misunderstanding.
Heads up.
Have any goodies for me?
Later that same month in July 2014, Diddy decided to play 0 to 100 during one of his performances. But the intro he gave to the song tells you exactly how he feels about the situation. Diddy stated that the song was stolen from him. The whole situation died down after this, until Diddy and Drake met again at the same club in Miami where Drake slashed the mic months earlier. They were both in the club to celebrate DJ Khaled's 39th birthday party. Diddy apparently tried to talk to Drake about the whole issue, but the Sixth God was being slick about it. Drake was simply having none of it. However, just as Drake was leaving the party, Diddy
We'd move faster if you kept your eyes on the road and off me arse.
down from his car to talk to Diddy.
Let me know if you find some spare ammo.
Goes berserk. No one knows exactly what he said, but Diddy slapped Drake so hard, and the Sixth God went from 100 to red face to tears real quick. Okay, I'm exaggerating. But after Diddy hit Drake, a huge fight began, and Drake even dislocated his shoulder and had to be taken to the hospital. Now, some reports even state that Drake ended up in a wheelchair after this.
Said that they had to push him in a wheelchair back to the hotel in Miami.
Diddy denied hitting Drake, but apart from 50 Cent, even Charlamagne confirmed that the incident did happen.
So there was no footage of this based on people that I've spoken to.
Close Drake. Now some reports even state that Drake ended up in a wheelchair after this.
Said that they had to push him in a wheelchair back to the hotel in Miami.
Diddy denied hitting Drake, but apart from 50 Cent, even Charlamagne confirmed that the incident did happen.
So there was no footage of this based on people that I've spoken to close to the situation. Diddy really did punch Drake in the face. He's like, boy, you wouldn't even go after. I'm like, what? Diddy just slapped Drake. I heard it was over the 0 to 100. That's exactly. That's what I heard. That's exactly what I heard from my sources. That's exactly what I heard. We actually broke down the Breakfast Club, by the way. Okay. Like we knew about the whole 0 to 100 beat everything. I knew exactly what it was going for.
Drake never retaliated, but it seems there were people willing to do that for him. Jay Prince got involved and threatened Brother Love to stay away from Drake, as he considers him family.
So let me put these bullet on notice. I'll let them know Drake is family. And the people that from Puffy and Suge is on my radar. First of all, Puffy feeling like he can put his hands on my family, open the doors for his family to be touched.
Drake then finally responded to the whole issue about a year later, when he seemed to take several shots at Diddy on the song Calabasas. Lines such as, even had the OGs trying to press me, ha 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 ha, no way out because I'm already in it. Diddy is definitely an OG, and the ha 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 line mocks the way Diddy said the line on his own song, Can't Hold Me Down. And the no way out line is also a reference.
Look alive.
Now you're gonna be sharing that with both of us, right?
Says, take that, which is also a Diddy catchphrase. He then compares Diddy to Leonardo DiCaprio because of the way he denied and lied in the Breakfast Club interview. The line, Drake, will you stop smoking la la, is also a reference to Diddy and Mace's song, Can't Hold Me Down. And on the outro of the song, Drake uses Diddy's Can't Stop, Won't Stop catchphrase, and he also referenced Diddy's line, I'ma make you dance to this. These days, it seems Diddy and Drake have gotten past this issue, and the beef has now ended. But then again, this is still hip-hop, so you never know.
Yeah, he's not bad. How long has he been doing this? I'm curious. Okay, I don't care about that.
They was not scared of Suge Knight. They was terrified of Suge Knight. I mean, terrified. I know. No. To death.
You hear the name Suge Knight, you think of intimidation, fear, and domination. You simply know this cigar-smoking bearded man is someone you don't want to mess with. And in the West Coast, during the golden age of hip-hop, Suge Knight ran the streets and the studios simultaneously. Suge was the man in the streets, and the man that brought the heat. He ran a label that had Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and even Tupac. But surprisingly, there was a younger rapper who was never scared of Suge Knight, and he even stood up to him. I am talking about a man who was shot 9 times, and somehow still survived. This is the story of why 50 Cent never feared Suge Knight. The gangster and the executive. If you go through Suge Knight's Wikipedia page, the very first sentence describes him as a former record executive and convicted felon. You won't find those words side by side often, but for Suge, it fits perfectly. Suge began his career as a concert promoter and bodyguard for various celebrities, but after some time, he decided he wanted to kick things up a notch. So in 1989, Suge took the plunge and began his music publishing company. And as a businessman, Suge is simple. You either do what he wants, or he visits you with a strap in his hand, or uses other physical means to get what he wants. His mentality is money-oriented. Suge once stated that he wanted everything and nothing would stop him. And the first example of how Suge handles business is how he dealt with the problem he had with Vanilla Ice.
Come on, stupid commercials.
Suge's client Mario Johnson had helped write Vanilla Ice's smash hit Ice Ice Baby, and Suge wanted a slice of the profits that were coming in from the song. So he visited Vanilla Ice in his Beverly Hills hotel, and it was time to pay the boogeyman. He arrived with 6 men, and they roughed up Ice's entourage. Then Suge took him to the balcony of the room and threatened to throw him off the 15th floor balcony.
Nothing's more satisfying than a smoking gun and a pocket full of cash.
Royalties to Suge's client. And after this, the next step for Suge is to start his own label and create a dynasty. Suge met with the rapper, The Doc, who wanted to get out of his deal with Ruthless Records. And through Doc, Suge met with various members of the NWA. And this was when he was informed that Dr. Dre wanted to leave NWA and his label as well. And once again, Suge came through by doing things his own way. According to NWA manager Jerry Heller, Suge Knight and his goons threatened him and Eazy-E with lead pipes and baseball bats to force them to release Dre and Doc from their contracts. Once again, Suge Knight succeeded. All these victories solidified his street cred as the man not to mess with and the man who got things done. And in 1999, Suge, Doc, and Dre co-founded Death Row Records.
The master plan was to take over the world.
Suge stated that he
Why bother with that? You open in a museum or something?
and he did achieve his goal. He got a distribution deal with Interscope Records and built a label that became the envy of many. Death Row released some of the greatest albums in the history of rap. You can't talk about gangster rap or tell the story of hip-hop without talking about Suge's label. Under Death Row Records, Dr. Dre released the iconic album, The Chronic, in December 1992. And if you thought Death Row couldn't create another classic, well, think again.
That's it?
Later, another rapper under Death Row who goes by the name Snoop Dogg released his own album, and it was another instant classic. Doggy Style was released in November 1993, and it debuted
How the fuck do I get down?
After Tupac had spent 8 months out of his 3-year sentence for a sexual assault charge, Suge Knight settled Tupac's $1.4 million bond. And in return, Tupac signed with Death Row Records. Pac then released his own classic, All Eyes on Me, in February 1996. The album debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart, and all this success was achieved in a space of 6 years. At this point, Death Row was making over $100 million a year.
That's it.
And as Death Row continued to rake in the Benjamins, Suge Knight became even more violent and powerful. According to Corrupt, Suge ruled the label with an iron fist, and for any error, there were dire consequences, like beating an employee before sitting on him in the bathroom, or making another employee drink the urine of everyone in the room. These incidents contributed to Suge being known as the most feared man in hip-hop during this period. And apart from punishing his employees who made a mistake, Suge also has various run-ins with the law. In 1995, he was sentenced to 5 years probation for assaulting 2 rappers at a recording studio back in 1992. Suge wasn't just having problems with his laws, he was also dissing other label execs whenever he had the chance.
That's it.
In 1996, Suge was sentenced to jail again. He violated his probation when he
Yeah, we good.
and their entourage attacked a Crip member, Orlando Anderson. He was sentenced to 9 years for violating his probation, but was released after 4 years. But that wouldn't be the last time he was sentenced to prison. In 2003, he violated his parole again when he beat up a parking lot attendant. By now, Suge and his label have become known for violence. Suge is affiliated with the mob Peru Bloods, and many of the people he hired for his label were actual gangsters. This was why Dr. Dre decided to leave the label in 1996. Dre started a label known as Aftermath Records. He signed the man who ended up becoming hip-hop's best-selling artist of all time. Dr. Dre's Aftermath label had now become Death Row's biggest competition. And Dre's label even became bigger when they signed a young rapper from South Jamaica, Queens, Curtis James Jackson. When Suge Knight met 50 Cent. In 2002, Eminem heard 50 Cent's Guess Who's Back mixtape and recognized his potential. M signed him to Shady Records, a subsidiary of Dre's Aftermath label. And after 50 got signed, he made sure everyone never forgot his name. 50 Cent went on to become one of the biggest
That's
artists
it.
of the early 2000s.
Okay, that's it.
His album Get Rich or Die Tryin' debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200
Let's get the fuck
chart
out of here.
and has since been certified 9 times platinum. 50's album also had hits like 21 Questions, Many Men,
All this walking's wearing me out.
and it was while shooting the iconic video for In Dog Club that Suge Knight decided to holler at 50 Cent. When Suge Knight arrived at 50 Cent's video shoot, he was not alone. He arrived in typical Suge Knight fashion. Suge arrived in a way that he didn't need to announce his arrival for anyone to know he was around. According to various sources, Suge arrived at the video set with about 30 Mexicans. And after he showed up, most of the cast and crew members started running in different directions. The only man not running was 50 Cent. When 50 and Suge Knight eventually came face to face, 50 said to him, "What's up, man? What you want to do?" This shows that 50 wasn't scared of the boogeyman of the West Coast. Some reports even state that 50 had gone to his car to get an Uzi to help protect himself before walking up to him. When 50 eventually spoke to him, Suge looked at him, took a drag of his cigar, and left.
And I just remember Smurf and 50 was like, "What's up, man? What you want to do?" Banger. Yeah, Banger was like, "What you want to do?" And Suge looked at him, took a puff of his cigar, blew it out, he like this, left.
This will turn out to be the only encounter between Suge Knight and 50 Cent, but it's a clear example of how 50 was never intimidated or scared of him. Whilst other people were hiding because they were scared
Yeah.
of Suge, 50 stood his ground.
Hey, Carla. You again.
Here to trade?
Let's see what you got.
I got a little bit of everything.
Okay, next one. Wait, let's just do this. That makes more sense.
Look alive.
What's yours is mine. Right, darling?
You can't talk about hip-hop groups from the East Coast without mentioning G-Unit.
What's up, Mr. Kid 50 Cent? Nice to talk in New York, Tony Yayo. It's your man Lloyd Banks, Young Buck.
In the early 2000s, G-Unit was one of the biggest groups in the rap game. With the baggy pants and durags under the snapbacks or hats, G-Unit was indeed a cultural staple. And with a debut album that is now 4 times platinum, they also defined an era. But if you fast forward to 2023, everyone in G-Unit, especially their...
You trying to lug the whole Commonwealth with you or something?
It was like all these Tupac movies. Is there gonna be a G-Unit movie, or you just gonna fix everything? Like first and then.
Carla.
Back again?
So where did it go wrong for G-Unit?
Hey, Carla.
Need to pick something up? Road's pretty long from here.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Here's what I got.
2023. Everyone in G-Unit, especially their big homie, wants to forget they ever existed.
It was like all these Tupac movies. Is there gonna be a G-Unit movie, or you just gonna fix everything amongst the clique first and then whatever?
I don't care. I think I'd like to forget the G-Unit.
So where did it go wrong for G-Unit? And why does 50 Cent want to forget they ever existed? Humble beginnings and beef with game. The story of G-Unit began on the streets of South Jamaica, Queens. In the late 90s and early 2000s, while the crack epidemic ravaged South Jamaica, 3 men began rapping together as teenagers. Marvin Bernard, Christopher Charles Lloyd, and Curtis Jackson. Or you might know them as Tony Yayo, Lloyd Banks, and of course, 50 Cent. After 50 was shot 9 times and dropped by Columbia Records, he was also blackballed in the industry. But that didn't stop 50. Instead, he got back in the booth and dropped the classic Guess Who's Back. This was the mixtape that got 50 signed to Shady Records. 50's contract also stated that he's allowed to start his own label, and that's exactly what he did. He signed the 2 men who he had been rapping with on the streets of South Jamaica, and that's how G-Unit was formed.
I'm gonna get up soon.
G-Unit means Guerrilla Unit. The group dropped a number of mixtapes such as No Mercy, No Fear, God's Plan, and 50 Cent is the Future. But by the time G-Unit was about to release its debut album in 2003, Tony Yayo was behind bars. Yayo was arrested for first-degree possession of a loaded firearm by a convicted felon. And this arrest forced G-Unit to make its first recruit. Young Buck joined the group as a temporary replacement for Tony Yayo, and he only became an official member after some time. This is also why Tony Yayo can only be seen on the brick of the album cover, and not in the picture itself. The album, Beg for Mercy, became an instant classic after it was released in November 2003. After this album was released, G-Unit was at the peak of its powers, and it was also around this period that The Game joined G-Unit. The Game joined G-Unit just after the songs for the album had been recorded. He
just been discovered, and he was added to G Unit by Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine as a way to promote the new talent. The first G Unit albums the game appeared on were Lloyd Banks and Young Buck's debut albums, and from here, the game never looked back. He featured 50 Cent on the song How We Do, and released his debut album, The Documentary, in January 2005. During this period, 50 and Game got along well together. 50 even stated that he wrote about 6 songs that were on the game's documentary album. This included songs like How We Do, Hate It or Love It, and West Side Story.
Yeah, but there were original. Well, I guess a lot of the original songs ended up on the album, so okay, I see what it is. Everybody just don't want to clear the sample.
Yeah. And you know, 50 doesn't really care about that. They got TV shows and movies, and I don't really think he really, because 50 is like 50. When you look at the music, I think.
But the game never acknowledged or gave 50 any credit for his work on the album. Instead, he says that all 50 wrote is what you heard 50 say on the record. During this period, 50 and the game were no longer on good terms. And for the video of
Someone's
the song,
out there.
Hate It or Love It, 50 Cent allegedly refused to sit next to the game in the front seat and sat in the back seat instead. A few months later, 50 Cent kicked the game out of G Unit while on air. While doing a radio interview on Hot 97, 50 simply stated that he's gone, and then told the game to stop saying G Unit. The duo then went on to release diss tracks against one another. The game dissed 50 on the song 300 Bars and Runnin', while 50 responded with his own diss track, I'm Not Rich and Still Lying. However, the game wouldn't be the only G Unit member that 50 would have issues with. The next rapper to feel 50's wrath was Young Buck. Why Young Buck was dropped from G Unit. 3 years after the game had been kicked out of G Unit, Young Buck and 50 Cent started having problems, and as a result, Young Buck started appearing less and less on not only G Unit mixtapes, but also on several G Unit songs. And when G Unit showcased their songs to MTV, Young Buck wasn't part of this showcase either. So Buck decided to talk to the press about his situation, thinking this might result in a positive change for his situation. But, unfortunately, it didn't. In typical 50 Cent fashion, once again he used Hot 97 to make his big announcement. On the 7th of April 2008, 50 announced on the radio that Young Buck was no longer part of G Unit. He stated that Young Buck aired private matters publicly. He missed recording sessions, and he also had a drug abuse problem. Young Buck released a diss track about 50 Cent and other members of G Unit, and 50 replied to the diss track by recording a phone call.
You know, in my text, I still owe money from last year's text. So, you know, I understand you want your money and pushing for my book, pulling and meeting your money debt, which I owe you. But there's so many other debts that I'm in for us, the taxes from last year, and this year's about to roll around.
What you just heard isn't just a phone call between Young Buck and 50. Young Buck was crying on the call while trying to reconcile with 50. The next G Unit member 50 Cent had issues with was one of the founding members of the group. How G Unit collapsed. 50 Cent and Lloyd Banks' beef began when Banks rejected the chance to have Eminem on his third album. 50 tweeted the decision. How G Unit collapsed. 50 Cent and Lloyd Banks' beef began when Banks rejected the chance to have Eminem on his third album. 50 tweeted that decisions like these are the reasons why he and Banks weren't as close as they used to be. I should shot this guy. He's fucking with my money. I knew I shouldn't have fucked with these shitheads. Gonna say you don't want the biggest. After this incident, 50 Cent and Lloyd Banks' friendship never truly recovered. And Banks wasn't the only old friend that 50 Cent was no longer cool with. In February 2014, Tony Yayo stated that G Unit had officially broken up. Some reports state that one of the reasons why this happened was because Yayo and Banks weren't as ambitious as 50. Yayo retired in 2014, stating that he had already achieved all he wanted to achieve in hip-hop. While Banks' second and third albums weren't half as successful as his debut album, 50 stated that he did so much for both of them, but they didn't have the work ethic to sustain the success they already achieved. 50 described Yayo and Lloyd Banks as milk.
I think like some people are like, I know, there's an explanation. You know what I'm saying? And no matter what you do, they'll support. That was your guy.
Tony Yayo replied to 50 Cent's comment on Twitter by stating some of the blame.
Never seen him so eager to die.
Fuck. Damn. Oof.
Well, let me allay your fears and tell you that 50 fortunately isn't dead, and neither has he been shot again. What you just saw is the lengths that 50 will go to troll his enemies.
What's up, man? I just want to thank everybody for showing the support.
If you were still confused
Sure,
about
be
what
glad to
exactly
take.
caused 50's
I
injuries,
mean, hold some stuff for you.
stated that his life-threatening injuries were caused by noise poisoning caused by listening to Fat Joe's music. You heard right, noise poisoning. Still confused? Then let's head back to 2010 together.
Yesterday, I listened to Fat Joe's record. She hurt me. And I told you, nigga, not to listen.
50 Cent once said, I'm the type to swallow my blood before I swallow my pride. And I can't help but agree with him. You see, the rivalry between these two OGs began over a decade ago. 50's G Unit and Fat Joe's Terror Squad had a huge beef back in the early 2000s. And at the 2005 VMAs, this beef reached a boiling point when Fat Joe went on stage and said this.
I like to tell the people home, I feel so safe tonight with all this police protection courtesy of G Unit.
Surely, you know the homie 50 wasn't going to just let that slide. Surely, you know the homie 50 wasn't going to just let that slide. The duo almost got into an altercation at the awards. And after this drama at the VMAs, 50 took things further when he made this fake mixtape cover for Fat Joe titled Elephant Boy in the Sand. This beef was quite heated and went on for a while. The rivalry eventually ended up costing Fat Joe millions of dollars. Fat Joe
That must have been one hell of a blast. There's nothing left.
as he had a very good relationship with Michael Jordan himself. Fat Joe stated that he had had several meetings with Micah L. Jordan and everything was set for the deal to happen.
I'm thinking that coming down here isn't the best idea you've ever had.
MJ pulled the plug on the deal, stating that he
won't stop. There's nobody in control of me. Like, I do what I want to do. So, I'm deciding to fuck your life up.
50 took the beef to another level.
Until it...
50 victims. Because Rick Joe lost it. However, after Fat Joe stated that he had had several meetings with Micah L. Jordan and everything was set for the deal to happen. However, after what happened at the VMAs, MJ pulled the plug on the deal, stating that he didn't want to be associated with no rap beef. Fat Joe lost $20 million because of the beef with 50, but Fat Joe is just the first in a line of victims. Because Rick Ross didn't lose money, but 50 exposed a secret he never wanted anyone to know. 50 specifically said to Rick Rose, "I'm determined to fuck your life up. And if you don't believe me,
I want to be left
he will tell
alone.
you himself."
The company, the system might actually feel like it's a good idea for the moment until they realize that I won't stop. There's nobody in control of me. Like, I do what I want to do. So, I'm deciding to fuck your life up.
50 took the beef to another level when he found and interviewed the mother of Rick Ross's son, Tia. This interview revealed that the ball...
Diamond City Surplus is where you can sell all those scraps you've scavenged.
Shopping at night? Diamond City Surplus. We sell everything. Stim packs, ammunition, outerwear, dinnerware.
So, we're clear he wasn't correctional officer.
50 didn't stop here.
Hey, what?
Signed a deal with 50 to release a book titled Deeper Than Rap. The title of this book just happened to be the same title as Rick Ross's third studio album. And guess what? The book was also released the same day Rick Ross released his album. 50 continued to show that he would go lower than you can imagine when dealing with his ops. And for those who mess with his money, they suffer an even more terrible fate. Just ask Mitchell Green. Mitchell Green was the director of brand management for 50's alcohol brand, Branson Cognac. Green's job was to buy the fermented beverages needed for the cognac and make sure that the company's product is the best on the market. But he decided to do a bit more than he was required to do. Green decided to line his pockets.
Is it?
He got 50's brand a supplier that did not deliver the best product for the cognac, but the supplier would pay him.
Need the trade. We're always open.
Green embezzled $2 million from 50 cents.
Oh, I do hope you're here to make a purchase. It's what I live for.
Green was fired, and a judge found him guilty and asked him to pay over $6 million to 50 Cent. Unfortunately, Green declared bankruptcy and was unable to pay the money. But if you thought 50 was going to show any mercy, then you haven't been listening. He gave him a few days to pay the money, and if he didn't, 50 was going to...
Ready to serve whenever you feel like talking.
That he was going to use epoxy for the floors and keep Green's family pictures as the theme for the house. And if you still haven't learned not to mess with 50's money, let me show you what happened to Daryl Mitchell.
Ready to serve whenever you feel like talking. Don't worry, I can wait all day for you to respond.
These family pictures as the theme for the house. And if you still haven't learned not to mess with 50...
Too excited about your purchase?
Sure. Let's take a look.
Anything and everything.
But there was a time when you could not see 50 without seeing Floyd next to him. Over the last 15 years, 50 Cent and Floyd have been friends, enemies, business partners, and friends again. 50 might even be the one that came up with the idea of the money team. 50 stated that he was the... Over the last 15 years, 50 Cent and Floyd have been friends, enemies, business partners, and friends again. 50 might even be the one that came up with the idea of the money team. 50 stated that he was the one who gave Floyd the idea for the money team, and he was the one who trademarked the name in Delaware. Back in 2012, when Floyd was facing a domestic abuse charge, 50 trademarked the name TMT, which is what Floyd calls his entourage, and the name for Mayweather's promotion company. 50 claims that before Floyd was sentenced, he told him to invest as much money as he could to start the business. And when he gets out of jail, he would pay 50% of whatever amount 50 Cent used to start the business. 50 stated that he spent $2 million to start the promotion company. This means that Floyd owed 50 $1 million. 50 Cent was the one who went to pick Floyd from jail, and it was during this period that their problems started. Floyd was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on jewelry and fast cars, but he still didn't pay back 50 Cent his $1 million. So this forced 50 to end the money team. Floyd replied to this by calling 50 a male boxing groupie, and also insinuated that 50's album sales had declined. And then he followed the post with a graph showing 50's numbers have declined. Their back and forth went on for a while on social media. However, 50 still never got his money. And if there's one thing you and I have learned in the last few minutes, is that you don't mess with 50 Cent's money. A few years later, Floyd got into a fight with T.I. because he was flirting with the rapper's wife, Tiny. 50 Cent's money. A few years later, Floyd got into a fight with T.I. because he was flirting with the rapper's wife, Tiny. 50 Cent responded to this by posting this video.
Chat, what the fuck is going on, man? Niggas tell me you down there at the Fat Burger fighting over Tiny. Now that's T.I. bitch, man. You gonna cause the niggas to buy more guns in Atlanta.
Floyd stated that people like 50 Cent need him to stay relevant. And then 50 released one of the most iconic videos you will find on the internet.
Woke up, I look at the computer say, Floyd said, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what did he say fuck me for? Nelly fucked your first baby mama, Melissa, then took your fucking fiance. Say fuck that nigga.
This video then gave us this photo, one of the most popular memes ever. And after this, you would think 50 Cent couldn't even beat this feat, but you know what, just play the clip.
This is a special ASLELS challenge for you, Floyd. If you can read one full page of a Harry Potter book, nigga, I'll give $750,000 to whatever charitable organization you want to. Fuck the bucket of ice.
50 then realized that Floyd might struggle with words like furnunculus or petrificus totalis.
A phone call from my man Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy said if Floyd accepts the challenge, then he'll put it on the actual show, so you can read it on the show. We don't want to put pressure on you. We know you can't pronounce those words in that Harry Potter book, so we're going to let you read Cat in the Hat.
So he decided to make the challenge easier. Mayweather responded to this by posting a check and saying, read this, $72 million. 50 has continued to troll Mayweather for many years, even after this. Right now, 50 Cent and Floyd Mayweather are cool again, but not everyone gets to reconcile with 50. And unfortunately, one of those who have remained on 50's bad side is Marquise Jackson. Yes, 50's son. When it comes to 50 and Marquise, you've got to admit that this is a really unfortunate scenario.
Hey, Carla. Need to pick something up? Road's pretty long from here.
I'll take a look. Sure.
Yeah, keep your shirt on.
50 explained that he has paid over $1.3 million to Marquise's mother, Shanika Tompkins. 50 Cent and Shanika have had several issues over the years, and 50 blames her for the man Marquise has become. 50 states that Marquise is entitled.
Let's say now that he's starting to like females, he's conscious of what kind of shoes he want to wear. I need these Jordans, the retro Jordans, and it's coming, different things. And then his mother go, all right, I'll get them for you, but it just bothers me because you're supposed to have them all. So while being a privileged child, he feels deprived.
And Marquise claims that $6,700 a month isn't good enough for child support.
I hope you find your son.
Marquise states that the money isn't enough because he is the son of an A-list
son wants to sit down with you.
No, he doesn't. See, so,
And if you thought 50 would back up patrolling because Marquise is his son, then what video have you been watching?
I had to rebuild my life over the month.
Marquise, I know you feel like...
25 years old. Why you still talking about Chelsea? You see your son yet? Nah, I ain't heard from 6ix9ine. He's his mother's child now. He told on everybody. He better than Marquise, though. I take him before I take my actual father. Fuck that nigga. He said, yo, boy. I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying? We gotta watch this again. After I'm gonna go hold him.
It's fucking funny. It's fucking funny. I love 50 Cent, bro. 50 Cent is fucking funny. That is a good channel. I'm gonna subscribe. Fuck. I need to do that, but yeah. Thank you guys for watching. I'm about to get off because I don't feel like doing that shit right now. Quick save. Quick saving is better. Alright, you guys have a good night. Thank you for watching. Peace out.